as stakeholders or we need to, especially in these arid areas where men are more dominant, we need to involve men, engage men in this conversation, especially these young guys, because most girls are saying when they are asked, they want to undergo FGM because these guys told us they will not marry us. So we need this conversation to go to the villages, to these young men, and also to the older men within our communities. Thank you.
Involvement of men. That's what has come out from my brother. Involvement of men. Because sometimes boy child is under siege, isn't it? I don't know which language is that, but don't worry. Boy child is under siege Emmanuel. Yes. Let me give to a boy child to tell me what was his takeaway yesterday.
Well, good morning. Kelvin Mutweri Nelson. Unfortunately, I was not there yesterday, but I'm glad to be here. I made it. I'm coming from Isiolo. Yes. So, logistics reasons, but at least I made it, right? Yes. I might not have picked a few things yesterday, but I'll definitely pick today. I'll make sure I'm right there every step of the way. Thank you.
Mom, to give me just one thing that she learned yesterday. Oh, Mom was also not there yesterday. I'm avoiding this table. Don't worry about that table. Let me come to this boy child. Say something.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is David Mbugwa. I work for World Vision Kenya. My take home from yesterday is more of the need to bridge the generational gap between parenting and the children. We know that things have changed, times have changed, and what maybe we experience when we were children is different from what children are experiencing right now. Children are more enlightened, and when we were speaking about child labor, what constitutes child labor. And I know of parents who have sent their children, maybe you are sending your child to go do something, and then they are telling their mother, no ma'am, this is child labor. So bridging the generational gap is really important so that parents and children can be on the same page, even as we try to end the harmful practices.
Wow, another taker, that's another call to action, and therefore we must think about these strategies of bridging the generational gap. But today, Daktari, you are in problems because I'll be posing lots of questions to you. Sometimes I have this feeling that although we talk about a modern society, but the way we think that change is taking place is the way actually it is not taking place. To the extent that our children learn more about our cultural practices more than we think. And then, I don't know whether this has changed, Daktari, that in our communities, women are the carriers of culture, but men are the enforcers. To the extent, I come from a community that it is women who will tell you, you know, I have chira. Don't worry, that's a Latin language. I'll tell you what it means later. Okay. So, what did you take home yesterday?
Hi everyone, my name is Jocelyn Jemtai from Nakuru County, and I'm here to just learn widely about the FGM and yeah, thank you.
Good morning everyone, my name is Vera Gitonga from Project 82 Kenya, Laikipia County. My take home yesterday was the office of the ODPP having set up a child-centered pre-recording areas to pre-record statements to avoid having the survivors keep on repeating their stories over and over. And then on from the Children's Forum, we had one young boy who was very knowledgeable on some of the issues affecting our community, some of the organizations that exist. And I think it's very important to have our children know what is happening on the ground so that they are able to make informed decisions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Penina Gerono from Plan International. I was not there yesterday, but I'll be glad to share tomorrow my takeaway. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Cheruto from World Vision West Pokot. What I took home yesterday was the fact that after the presentation, during the presentation where the children were on the podium presenting, we need to continue capacity building our children and giving them a lot of knowledge and an awareness for them to be able to take care of themselves and to be able to make informed decisions. Coming from West Pokot, I believe that is one thing that the people of my county need, because our parents are more illiterate, and the only thing that will save our children is for us to empower those children, because most of the parents do not have this information that we are having and we are learning here. So that was my take on, to take this information back to the children, to be able, so that our children will be empowered to take care of themselves and be safe from FGM and child marriage. Thank you.
Thank you from the horse's mouth. Good. A request, those who have not registered, if you know you are in the hall and you have not registered, we are requesting you, if you could proceed to the registration desk so that you register. We are just taking points so that we wait for the technician to finish, but there is... Oh, he wants to say this important takeaway.
All right, good morning. Good morning. Yeah. For me, what I picked yesterday, especially during the panel discussions, in terms of the interventions that have shown evidence that they're working, is community dialogue, but then not just having conversations in the communities. There's something that Jackton from UNICEF talked about, structured dialogue. And that kept me thinking, because I'm one person who feels when we're doing awareness creation in the communities, we're doing dialogue, we're doing conversation, the question is, we need to ask ourselves, how is that dialogue enhancing the knowledge of the community, changing the attitudes of that particular community, and then improving the practices. And we all know that transforming social norms is not something that you achieve through one dialogue. So when I reflected on that structured dialogue, I think there are things that were popping out for me. And the first thing is having what I could easily call differentiated community dialogue. And what this means is that really understanding who are we targeting, especially for these harmful practices. Let me take an example: female genital mutilation. Who is the custodian of this? I heard someone talk about a career and stuff like this. And I remembered when I was in Samburu, not Samburu, but Moyale 2 weeks ago, we had a conversation and asked both women and men, who actually is the person behind the female genital mutilation. And there was a whole conversation. At some point, men were saying ask the women were saying it's because of the men. So there was that conversation. So what this actually then led me think through is that even as we do dialogue, first is even doing some sort of an analysis to understand, much as yes, there are people who are doing, women are taking the girls to go get cut. There was something that was mentioned as in girls for girls. because ladies were cut, then they are supporting the girls to be cut, girls for girls. So there are different narratives that we need to understand in the communities, such that as we are doing structured dialogue, we know that it's differentiated. What are you talking to the custodians of that particular norm? What are we talking to the cutters? What are we talking to the different people? Such that it's not a community conversation that is blanket, but the messages are very, very targeted. But really it's moving from this, that changing, causing social norm transformation. It's not an easy thing. We have to structure our dialogue to touch on the root causes of that particular practice. Thank you.
Wow. The cutters. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think we really need, I will be posing lots of questions to you, and I really want you to think about it. Sometimes, even now, benchmarking, what I've realized is not to be done with the communities that are already practicing, and you think that change is taking place, but with communities that are not practicing. That's what I was thinking. And the reason why I'm saying this, because they are also able to learn that you have been like this without practicing forever. Are you sure? Isn't it? And there's nothing that is happening to you, and you're not practicing this. So therefore, the things that we have been told are like myths, isn't it? So that they are able generally therefore to decode and be able to start knowing that some of culture changes and culture is not static, isn't it? Let me give Phoebe, then her.
Good morning once again. I'm happy to see all of you today again. My take home is when Baraka humiliated me, that those were our days. And today I'm watching Baraka, very smart in a bow tie, and even having a walkie-talkie. Baraka, where are you? Nimemwona mahali akiringa sana, nikakuja nikakumbuka, it is true. We are reasoning like our days still with these children. If we could think of the time now and reason like sai, we could make a better change for these children. Thank you.
That was a nice take home, isn't it? Those were your days. You have said it.
Thank you and good morning everyone. My take home again was from the children's panel, and they told us that those things we are practicing, it's our faith. It is your faith as parents, it is your culture as parents. That should have been a wake-up call, that they are making their own culture and their own faith and their own beliefs and religion. So we should not bind them to gen what? I mean millennials or gen whatever. They are creating their own culture in this new generation. So that was very powerful for me. I also wanted to advance the conversation on social norms and coordination. When we are doing those community conversations, can we not go with the mindset of what is the Human Rights Convention talking about, Abuja Declaration, CEDAW, what, now this is wrong, this is right. Could we understand where the community is coming from with the practices they are having, and then from there, now diverse mechanisms of how to bring them to this board where we are at. Because I was shocked to realize that even access to justice cannot be realized for right holders, because sometimes when you want to, how do you assess that someone is a child? It's a document, right? Either a birth certificate or an ID. So they don't want the girls to access that, for example, in a community like Samburu, because they are saying it is the responsibility of the husband to give a girl an ID. So that's the only registration they want to know. And the reason is when the girl gets an ID when she's at home, who will marry her? where will she belong? She needs to belong somewhere. And therefore, the patriarchy power of owning a registration document lies with the husband. So even if this girl is 15 or 16, so long as she's married and she's with her husband, the community will find a way of making sure she gets an ID. But will not be intentional about giving that ID when she turns 18 at home. So it becomes very difficult to enforce law when there's no documentation and the community keeps insisting on the age and the culture around documentation.
Thank you very much. The conversation is sweet. We want to invite our first presenter today, and I want Madam Esther to approach the podium. And as Madam Esther approaches the podium, because I had challenged Dr. Lumbe for long, I would want her to conclude on this conversation, this small one, by telling us what was her takeaway yesterday.
Good morning. I think for me it was the data. There are many things, and I want to repeat what has been said. And I say data because I know data means a lot. And I think there was a discussion around the actual data, the hidden data. And I think it is important that even as we work with children to actually consider what is documented. In the West and maybe in other sectors, we say what is not documented does not exist. And so unless we document what is actually happening, I'm speaking from the aspect of the data, if we don't document what is happening, and documenting is not sufficient, but having it shared out to the others, then it will make a lot of meaning. So I think data was very critical for me. I think secondly, there's the issue of communities and how do we actually confront the whole challenge of FGM, and I think there was a conversation on there has been the alternative rites of passage. And I think somebody mentioned we keep lying to ourselves. And so the girls come in, they're already cut, and they get into that program. So how authentic, I think for me that's what I went home thinking about, how authentic are we going to be as we set up the programs for children within those communities and that encounter harmful cultural practices? How do we confront that and how do we bring a change? Thank you. Mark, I think I'm done. And as I'm done, as you come for the mic, allow me to pass them this announcement. For those of you who work in the context of children who have faced armed conflict, and so they have been in trouble, we have a journal coming up, and we want to document practice, not just the academic data. We want to document the practice. So look out for me or look out for Mark. Mark will find me. And we really want as much as information of what you've done on children facing armed conflict and how do we enhance their protection. The call will come out by next week and I'll share it with us. Thank you.
Call is coming out next week and you must document something. You must document something. For those who presented during the International Conference on Child Protection, I would want to ensure that all that is published in that particular journal. It is one of our own, Kenya-oriented, Daystar University. Hallelujah! 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 Thank you. I want to welcome Esther. Esther is a child protection expert with 18 years experience. Esther has worked in various areas, but of much more importance is that she has worked since 2007 in the Department, Directorate, and currently State Department for Children's Services. She has served in the Nairobi Children's Court for a period of more than 10 years and currently is serving in the Directorate headquarters under the unit of missing children and harmful practices. So with tengeneza mkono mzuri, we welcome our expert. Wengine hawatengenezi kwa nini? Aya, sugua. And then you repeat after me. Sugua. Aya, sugua. Sugua. Why are you not demonstrating sugua? You see how I'm doing it. Sugua. Sugua. Vuta. Kamoja. Ingine. La tatu. La mwisho. Asante sana. Karibu sana.
So thank you, Mark. I call him Professor because one of these days he will become a professor. So my name is Mugure Esther. I work with the State Department as he has said. And I want to talk about beyond prevalence and closing programming data on harmful practices. And so before I start, I know yesterday we talked about harmful practices and we tended to lean on FGM and child marriage because I recall one of Diana, are you in? Today she's not in. Diana asked about, what about intersex genital mutilation? What about virginity testing? What about forced male circumcision? And then there are the other religious and harmful practices that we have. I know one of the child presenters, I think that child from Kiambu mentioned quite a lot, and I was surprised by him mentioning some of the things that some I had not heard. Like I know of Guatandai, but he mentioned others, like 5 of them. So what about those ones? And so even as we look at in terms of our data system, what is there? What is available? Are we only focusing on FGM and child marriage? What about the other data? And so when we talk about programming data, I want us to look at it in totality. And this is because the Children's Act 2022 was very clear. It has listed around 6 harmful practices, and then it says, and other social, religious, and other, we can check section 23. And so, as we talk about this data, I want to start with a question. So, if you're told, give me reliable data on FGM, on child marriage, and the other harmful practices that I've mentioned, where would you get that data? And because my presentation, I want us to have a conversational presentation. So I would like somebody to walk around with a mic. So if you were asked, give me reliable data on child marriage, for instance, where would you get it? How we have Naitore.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So when you ask that, I'll speak on 2 fronts.
Yes.
Experience.
Yes.
And what is actually existing. So you ask me reliable. I'll try get my way to the CPIMS.
Yes.
Then find it's not updated. Then call Esther. And that has happened. So that already shows that, but that's what I would do, and that's what I've done. Go check around. I'm like, wait, it's not updated. Esther, we're gonna do the latest information from government side. So that's what I'll do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So she's saying she would call me, and maybe nimekuwa transferred, nimeenda Mombasa or nimeenda Maju, muniombe niende Maju ehe. So what will happen if I'm not available? So somebody else, if you wanted reliable data. So she has also talked about CPMS, yes. Where would you get that data?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Abdi Godana Wario from Marsabit. The data we get from different departments or different sections, but there's a Kenya Demographic and Health Survey.
Yes.
2022, which is the latest one. So we can get even data from there.
Thank you.
Yes, but the current Kenya Demographic and Health Survey is not out yet, but I don't know. I'm not in position to speak on the health surveys.
Okay.
And we have also a platform that normally the community health promoters use. That is what it is called the ICHIS app. So I don't know whether the health department is consolidating those data, because there's a report of gender-based violence and child protection concerns from that specific ICHIS app.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. He's saying that if he wanted reliable data on, he'd go to Kenya Demographic Health Survey. And this is indeed very reliable, because you'll get our prevalence. Right now we know that in terms of FGM, our prevalence is what? 14.7 or 15%, isn't it? Hey, tuko pamoja. We are having a conversation, so we can get the prevalence in terms of FGM. And looking at it, remember our focus is children, isn't it? So that being children, KDHS focuses on 15 to 40, to how many years? Dennis, 15 years to the target population that focuses, it's 15 to 49. So what happens to data that pertains to 15 and below for the FGM cases? Again, when you look at KDHS, it talks about FGM, it talks about child marriage. So it shows that even in terms of our prevalence of child marriage, our prevalence has gone down. So right now in terms of child marriage, we are at 13% or 12.5%. So KDHS is very good. It shows that we are, our prevalence is going down. But then again, look at the age limit, the people that it focuses on. So I ask myself, what of those children who are below 14, who are 13, who are 12, that may be involved in the harmful practices? And then look at it again. Where is virginity testing? Where is forced male circumcision? Where is bidding, girl child bidding? These are harmful practices that have not been captured. The other day we did a violence against children survey. Let me not say the other day, but I see it as if it's the other day. That is in 2019. We did a survey. But that survey focused on physical violence, focused on sexual violence, focused on physical, sexual, and emotional violence. When you look at it, it's a nice survey. It gives us our prevalence in terms of violence against children. But in terms of harmful practices, this is an area that was largely ignored. And maybe to those that are in the house and focus on the VACs, it's good that even in future, as we are doing survey, we also look at the harmful practices that are there. So I've heard of KDHS, I've heard of Mogore being a resource person, and then I've also heard of the system that you talked about, and CPMS. What else? Where else can we get reliable data in terms of harmful practices? Yes, yes.
Thank you, Hester. I think it is also very important to look at the KHIS.
Yes.
That is Kenya Health Information System.
Yes.
When you look at the 364, that is capturing the indicators that are supposed to be monitored when you're responding to GBV issues, there is an indicator for child marriage, there is an indicator for FGM. The only challenge that we may be having is that most of the cases, especially for FGM, are not landed in our facilities, but we get some cases coming to the facility. So that we are able to get the clear data as a country, it is good to correlate all these data from different systems and different departments so that it can give us a clear picture of how our country is. For child marriage, we may get it from KHIS because all these children, most of them may not give birth at home. They may come to the hospitals, though late, but of course they will be captured because there is a component for age. So we will be able to tell whether these are children or not children. So KHIS is another source of data.
Thank you. So we have all this data. And thank you for that about KHIS. And so even as we think about data, when a case happens, most of the time, where is it reported? It's either to the chief, isn't it? Hello? I want us to speak here. So we go to the chief, and the case is reported at the chief. Chief most likely akona ka notebook anaandika, si ndio? Na as we had, akiona hiyo kesi nini, so the case may also be reported at the children's office. Maybe it's entered in the Child Protection Information Management System. The case labda inaenda kwa court. Courts have their systems. Hello, watu wale, Linda, are you in? Or anybody from ODPP? Yes. So we have that, they have their own system, a very good system. Sometimes, even when I want to know about the number of prosecuted cases, I normally call Linda and tell me, from your system, how many cases do you have? So we have the ODPP with their data. Then we also have the anti-FGM. I know they have their own data. And then the CSOs. Because from your reports, we have rescued how many cases? 30 cases. You report that to your donor, isn't it? Hello? Yes, you report. You report that 30 cases have been rescued, 40 children have been rescued, because a lot of resources is coming to you as CSOs. And your work is you're focusing on preventing and responding to harmful practices. And so you have to report to your donor that this number of children have been rescued, or this number of people have been trained as a way of preventing harmful practices. But then, now when it comes to the programming data, our Child Protection Information Management System is the system that is supposed to capture all that work that is being done. But let me surprise you. Last financial year, the number of cases that were reported for FGM is 373. 373. Yet here we are saying that our prevalence is 15. Hey, tuko pamoja. Prevalence of FGM is 15%. Yet when it comes to programming data, we have 373 as an organization that is supposed to handle all children data. So where is the problem? Where is the issue? Because, Tony, if you have rescued all those children who have been rescued, a children officer must? No. And this children officer must, because even for the psychosocial support, this children officer must be able to do what? To coordinate. So if you've rescued 30 children, those 30 children, I'm expecting that children officers knows, then the children officer is able to enter that in the Child Protection Information Management System, so that now, even when we talk about prevalence, that we are at 15% prevalence, or even in some sub-counties or some counties where we have prevalence as high as 90. And then you come to the Child Protection Information Management System, you get like 2 cases of FGM. So you see the mismatch. the mismatch between the prevalence and the programming data, because these two are supposed to speak to each other. And so what you're saying, this data is scattered everywhere. And so the prevalence have shown that, yes, we have reduced. And even the programming data inaonyesha pia tumereduce, because if tuko 15 na programming kama data yetu ni 300, inaonyesha 300, that means we are doing fantastic work, isn't it? Or we are doing great work, because kama iko 15 na we only have 300 cases, there must be something that is not right. And so that being the case, it is important that we move from prevalence to programming, even because prevalence will tell us what has happened 3 years ago, but what is happening now. Like there was a case of FGM, or some cases of FGM, that were in the media like a month ago. And there was an outcry, around 50 children. But then, that data is not in the system. So if it is not in the system, how does the government plan for FGM and all the harmful practices, yet, like, unaimagine nikienda kuambia our financial officer, you know, FGM saizi iko 300. Na custody cases zinakuanga gapi, professor? You can get even those maintenance cases, they are very high. 50% of all the cases, FGM equal 350,000 a year, custody cases that our children's officer handle. And then ninaambia even our planning team and tell them, you know, harmful practices, prevalence equal 15. And I letter data from CPMS. And then I give him 300 cases. Yet, we know these cases are happening and we are working on them. And so, it is not that harmful practices are decreasing. It is just simply that they are becoming more invisible, and two, in terms of ensuring that data is put into the system, then that also becomes a challenge. That becomes a challenge. And so, what are we saying? Again, we saw that most of these harmful practices are mutated in terms of the way that they are done. Initially, they will be done in public. Now they are being done in privately, isn't it? We are having ceremonies that are being done in private. We've moved from ceremonies that used to happen. Now we are doing it in our own bedrooms and even in the hospitals. Again, we've moved from adolescence to childhood. We are having these harmful practices being done within to children. And then again from what we're saying is that these harmful practices have become invisible, quiet and hidden acts, because families have adapted, and even perpetrators, they have new ways of doing things. So communities have also adapted on the way how these harmful practices happen. But, and I want you to know this, our data system have not adapted. Hello? I'm saying this, I want you to listen to this. The way the harmful practices are done has changed. We are having it being privately done to children and so forth. So even the way the perpetrators are doing it, it has changed. But our data system has remained what? It has remained the same. And so we are picking data, just kawaida tu, vile tumekuwa tukifanya, the way we've been doing things.
And so this being the case, I want to ask another question. If our systems, and I know even John and Professor can say, some of these harmful practices that are within the Act have not been, we do not have indicators for them within the CPMS. So that is also another challenge. So I'm saying, if our systems cannot see harmful practices, how will our programs address them? And you know, when data is with you as CSO, that is your data. That is not government data. Mnajua hivyo? Yes, you have rescued 1,000 children. That is your data. Unless you translate that data, ifikie kwa children's officer or to the person who is or to a government official, and it's recorded within the system. So we are saying that this is where now our work must shift. We need reliable data, and not just reliable, complete, coordinated, and informed data. So what should we do? I think the first thing that we need to do is to ensure that we have a unified child protection data ecosystem. And I'm not saying that we create a new database, no. I'm saying that we have the CPIMS, the Child Protection Information Management System. So how do we ensure that as CSOs, as children's officers, as government departments, how do we coordinate so that all these systems are able to speak to the other? A child is seen at the health, then, or even at the police station, then rescued by a CSO, then taken to the police. So how do we ensure that? Number two, the other recommendation that we need is that we need to ensure that we have all the harmful practices captured within our systems. So that if child breeding exists, then it must be captured. If we have intersex genital mutilation, then we must have that data for them. And number three, CSO's data cannot remain donors, only on donors report. We must move from there. Your data should not remain only with your donor. Because when it remains with the donor, that information is information that the government never sees. And number four, we must improve surveillance, community surveillance, and strengthen this community surveillance. The Nyumba Kumi, the teachers, the religious leaders, the male champions, the CPVs, the health promoters, yeah? So these are the people who are able to identify these cases. And as they identify these cases, it is important to link them to the government departments that are able to capture this data and also offer timely services. And lastly, and this is something that is in my heart, I talked about the prevalence that KDHS provided. I talked about the VAX survey. I think it is also important that as a country, and this is something that I know there's a panel that we talk about it, the Bogota commitments. One of the key things that as a country we committed to is that we need to have, we need to do a survey so that we get baseline data on all these harmful practices. And this survey will be very key for us because it will be able to help us get, KDHS 15 and above. So this survey will focus on all 0 to 17 how many months to 17 years, yeah? So it will focus on that. it will also focus on, we keep on saying, we have virginity testing. So we will see, does virginity testing really exist? And even the girl child bidding, is it only in Samburu? Some of these things are hearsay that we hear. Is it only in Samburu and some other part? Or has it mutated such that in Kenya or in Central, maybe there's a way that it's being done, but we don't know. And so it is important that we conduct this survey. And even as we conduct this survey, we are looking for people who we can partner with. Because we all know, conducting, most organizations do their own researches, small bits of researches on FGM, on child marriage, on different climate change and child marriage. And they get all those resources. But I always tell them, do you know, if you conduct that research without the government, that is your own? Hello? Yes, that is your own research. It is not government research. I always tell them, because you use a lot of resources and you will conduct that research. But then in terms, even when I'm writing something, I will not quote that. I'll go to KDHS and quote that. I'll go to VATS, even if the data is little, I'll quote that. And so we are looking for partners. And we are hoping that in next year in August, if we get the resources, we'll be able to do a very good survey that focuses on those harmful practices as per the Children's Act. So if you want to partner with us, please reach out to us so that we see how we can have a coordinated way and have a way of conducting this research based also on your support. So that's the sixth thing. And lastly, I think my last comment is how do we protect children who we cannot see? Because if our data does not reflect reality, if our systems cannot detect the evolving forms of harmful practices, and if our reporting channels are disconnected, and if some practices are unrecognized, I know we have practices that are unrecognized and others are underreported, then I think we'll miss a child who needs our support. So, as I conclude, Kenya does not lack progress. We are doing well. We are not lacking progress. What we are lacking is the actual data, and until we fix that, we will continue working in the dark. And let me say this, reliable data, it is not academic. It's not a donor requirement. Reliable data is child protection. Reliable data means prevention. And reliable data is the difference between a child being seen and being forgotten. So, as I conclude, we need to think about this whole issue of data so that we move away from prevalence. We move away from prevalence and we close also the programming data. So thank you everyone for listening to me. And I don't know who was, yes, Professor was the moderator for this session. Thank you.
Not good enough. June, where is the other microphone? Oh, wow. We can take a few questions, But before that, a round of applause. Another one. Thank you very much, Esther. It's always one of the hardest topics to talk about because people actually always don't want to acknowledge. Let me take one from this gentleman.
Good morning. My name is Benson Kashoki. I am a COP, that is a child online protector. I am from Kirinyaga County. And so my question will be biased on child protection, child online protection. Sitting here since yesterday, I have not heard us mention on child online protection, which is one of the contemporary issues when it comes to harmful practices. My question to you is, I've not heard you mention any data that pertains to child online protection, and I would like for you probably to mention about it or say what the government is doing in regard to that. Because that is one of the areas that probably we are looking at other counties, but child online protection affects, most young children from areas that we can say they are urban areas and those who are tech savvy in that case.
Thank you.
Hiyo answer iko. Wacha, hiyo answer iko mingi. Haya. Nancy?
Good morning. My name is Nancy from Save the Children. And thank you, Mogore, for that presentation. And I think you've touched on the issue that we all talk about, that is reliable data. And good to know that whatever information we have, unless it is aligned to government, we will not be saying it is reliable. So my question is, and we are here to reflect as a team, it's good that you are looking forward to August 2026 when we can do something around harmful practices. But my question is, we have CPMIS. Are we able to tease out what our issues are around CPMIS, because it is our national data hub? It is always a pain when we are programming, when we cannot get data to quote authoritatively. And so we have health, we are all referring to KDHIS, but can we build ours to be to that level? What are the issues? What is the pain point around CPMIS, so that even as we reflect on data, we can authoritatively say we have our own, and it is functional, and it is reliable. It may not be to you, Mogore, but an area of reflection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask about what the gentleman asked about the online. Do you have any data with the online bullying of the children? With the current generation and the gadgets they use, there's a lot of bullying for the children going on. And also people who want to bully them sexually online. People would want to recruit them to get into these dirty sexual activities. If I want to get such data, which office should I knock the door and get such information? Thank you.
I say there's answer to all this. Thank you. It might not be favorable. Thank you.
So good morning. I think my concern has been addressed by the person who was asking about CPIMS. It is us who are using the CPIMS, and there are issues that the officers know, we have been discussing. So are there deliberate attempts maybe to work on the CPIMS data to improve on what has been happening? We know what the CPIMS looks like and what are the issues. We have had suggestions like maybe you get special persons to come and handle the data maybe, or maybe you do something to improve the data, because as we speak it is not reliable.
Thank you. I thought he was the one to answer the question, but he has jumped the gun, isn't it?
Thank you. My question goes to Mugure, and it is important we have the data. But do we get a reflexive feedback to the people? How well are the people from the community versed with this knowledge? For us here, we know about system, we know portals, we can work with them. But think about a person from the village. Do they even understand what portal is? Do we have community education? Do we give the feedback to the people? That is my question, because we can have a lot of data, but maybe all this data, maybe are gathering dust in the offices, they have the computer, even those data, they have viruses in the computers in the offices. But my question, do we give this feedback to the people in the communities? Thank you. I'm David from Kiambu.
Do we tell the community that this year you have excelled in abusing children? So actually, such kind of data, there's an answer, brother.
Thank you so much. My name is Catherine Mengani, the County GBV Coordinator for Migori County. I think I echo also what David is saying, because we need to have a community scorecard, at least the community to take lead and discuss their data. But I also wanted to ask, CPIMS is there, and I always love to see how I can refer to it. But we have available structures in the health department that can help strengthen data in the CPIMS, like the community health promoters. They are very lead, they're able to go to household level, and they can collect very good data that can feed into the CPIMS system. How do you think from national, you can see how to integrate on already existing structures so that the children, Directorate of Children and Health work together in terms of surveillance, data collection, so that we have a unified reporting and we'll avoid missing that what health is reporting and does not go, okay, because I know community health promoters, their data they pick that do not land into the Kenya Health Information System because you don't have such indicators. But if there is CPMS indicator that can be targeted through the community health promoters and we have a link person, it will work still well. So we really need to see how do we integrate this and come up with a very clear system and have this data reported. Thank you.
Thank you. I want Esther to answer those ones. Then we'll take maybe just 2 other questions and release you from that.
Thank you. In terms of the questions that have been asked on online protection, the focus for these harmful practices, and that was on harmful practices as listed in the Children's Act. And we were talking about the 6 that are mentioned: FGM, child marriage, virginity testing, girl child beating, intersex genital mutilation, and any other unreported and other reported. That's as per the Children's Act 2022. But that's not to say that we are not doing much, we have not done much in terms of online protection. And so for online protection, I would request, why am I forgetting your name? Eunice will be able to respond to a few questions that were asked related to online protection in terms of data. Professor will be able to speak about CPIMS because he's in the planning department. He'll be able to speak about CPIMS. But maybe to mention about what is the issue with CPIMS. The main issue with CPIMS is that people are staying with their data. They don't want to go and report. So as a partner, you have, this is my data, and you don't want to share it. So that means those cases do not reach the children's officer. They will reach to KDH, to MOH, and then it stops there. Or it reaches to which office? Maybe it goes to court, but it can't go to court to the children's officer. But the issue is that we are not reporting. Again, remember, the issue of harmful practices, it's done in secret. So it's the cases that reach the children's office
ni zile yani huyo mtoto ako karibu hata kufanya nini, kukua, kukeketwa, or there are those ones. So the need to even have those cases reported. I think the issue is that. And then also the fact that we also need, and this professor and team mother, you need to look at this. They need to have the indicators also capturing harmful practices that have not been captured by the Act. The question for Phoebe will be answered by Madam Eunice on online bullying. And then a question was asked by David from Kiambu on how well the community is versed with the portals. Mainly, when you have data is used for what? Maybe I can ask a question. Why do we need data? Why do we need evidence? Number one, for decision making. And we're not telling the community member to go to the portal and enter that data. That data is entered by a child protection officer, or if it's MOH, I don't know who enters, but somebody must enter it. So for the community, what the community member is supposed to do is go to our dashboard. The dashboard provides a summary of all the cases that are there. But it's also, what you said is also key. We need to keep on telling them that this year, the number of abused children that were reported in this county or sub-county is this. So what do we need to do in terms of our programming? And lastly, Catherine talked about community structures that are available. And true, we have the community health promoters, but we also have the children's child protection officers. I mean, the main issue is we are all working for this one Kenyan child, and off the record, some of them, some of the structures are being paid and others are not being paid. So the mismatch happens there. But at the end of the day, this information, what you're saying, must reach the children's office. So I think I've responded. Professor, you can respond, and then we have Eunice, or we can start with Eunice and then have Professor responding on CPMS.
Eunice, let me just respond first and then you can conclude. Thank you. On issues of data and therefore CPMS, I'll focus more on CPMS. Number one, CPMS is Child Protection Information Management System. So it's one like a management information system. Therefore, the data that we get from CPMS is what is categorized as administrative data. Administrative data is unlike research data or survey data. Number two, while answering this question, is like government is structured. So with the structure of government, there is one agency that is mandated by law generally to take care of all issues to do with data, and that is Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So even for us in CPMS, they publish our data, but after we have cleaned that administrative data and they have verified it as a reliable data that can now be published. So in reality, our data only gets to be reliable after it has been cleaned, updated, and cleaned. That is when Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is able generally now to agree to publish it, and they publish it yearly. Number three, this data sometimes does not reflect on the actual things happening on the ground. Number one, because of what Esther has mentioned. lack of reporting, quote unquote, underreporting. The two things are different, but sometimes we can use them interchangeably. We underreport because sometimes we have child protection volunteers on the ground and they don't go to the extent of collecting data and ensuring that that data is recorded in our system. The reason being that they do not have enough tools, or generally they are not motivated enough because they don't have a stipend. So there's nothing that motivates them to go an extra mile to collect that data and report it or ensure that it reaches the children officer and therefore it is reported through our system. So that causes what we call underreporting. But the attitude of the community also plays a role, because reporting to them is like being a snitch. You understand that small language? Being a snitch, meaning that when I report issues to do with child abuse in my community, is like mimi ndio napelekanga kesi kwa serikali. So I'm not a good member of that community. And therefore, it is not even ignorance. The community actually are aware that children should not be abused, just like they're aware of HIV and AIDS. So it's always, currently in Kenya, it's not about awareness anymore, even on issues to do with harmful practices. But it is failing generally to change. And this is all about attitude and therefore behavior change issues. Number 3, the issues to do with improving on the system. It's because of lack of resources. No, inadequate. The government does not lack inadequate resources. And therefore, that is why we sometimes call upon organizations to come and support us. For example, we have already a system that the community volunteers can use, or the child protection volunteers can use, and it's called Vurugu Mapa, that was initiated and supported by Plan International. But this has not been spread across the country, and the system is simple. You download just in your phone that Vurugu Mapa app, and it's just a tool, which is our case record sheet, and it is filled offline, and when they have data, they export it. And the child protection person, my friend who wanted to answer this, now will ensure that he follows up and ensure that that case is now reported in the system. So we have very good things happening in the system, and I can assure you there is something that can happen. Then lastly, on the systems, what we have been thinking about is what we call interoperability of these systems. And one of the things that has always been thought about, but bureaucracy has not been an ally here, is that maybe when we are talking about health system and child protection system, we can share dashboards, so that we don't just go deep into what they are doing, but we are able to see the cases that concern children. Because the issue has been that those issues are reported, are picked at the health facilities, but they do not see the light of day when it comes to child protection support. They are neither reported to the children officer or the police, so that the actions are taken, and therefore it's a patient, a doctor, confidentiality issues. Yes, we agree on that, but for us, we just want to say that this is in the best interest of the child. So that is as per CPMS. On issues of indicators, This has been discussed and discussed and discussed, and even KNBS is improving on their end when it comes to KDHIS data, and I was part of that, and we improved on the indicators next time that they will be using to collect data on child protection issues. So I want to give it back to Eunice now.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Eunice Kilundo. I'm a practitioner in child protection. I'm happy to be in this forum. And out of my experience and interaction with online protection of children, having been privileged to oversight implementation of online protection programs for close to 7 years, one thing that I must say, first I'll applaud the participant, the child online protection champion for really flagging out the aspect of online protection of children with regard to harmful practices, not actually cultural practices, harmful practices. I must applaud Esther again in the docket that she heads for bringing the relevance of online protection of children in the context of harmful practices. Rightfully so, because we all know that we are in the digital age, and we must come out of the box of looking at protection of children in the traditional context. When I say that, I'm also referring to whatever has been regarded to as traditional protection issues like FGM, child marriage, bidding, and all these other traditional practices. The fact that the world is changing and embracing digital technology underscores the importance of looking at these practices in the context of the digital space. FGM finds its relevance in the digital space, I can tell you that. If you look at at online protection of children with regard to FGM, you'll find that you'll find FGM hiding within the digital protection space of children. You'll find child marriage there. They are simply metamorphosing and getting into the digital space. So when we are talking about online protection of children, I'm also urging the actors in the online protection space not to look at the traditional online protection risks of children, where we're talking about cyberbullying, we are talking about all this, what has been known as protection risks of children. And so I think that is where the question from the participant is stemming from, so that our thinking is going to be attuned to the fact that even as we talk about harmful practices, we are also talking about harmful practices within the online space, but at the same time talking about the traditional harmful practices finding their way in the digital space. And so again, with regard to data, which I think that's why that's what Esther's presentation is based on. And myself, having been privileged to also participate in the development of the CPIMS, one thing that I want to underscore, which professor actually highlighted, is that the development of the system is very expensive, and review of the system to accommodate the emerging protection issues is equally expensive. And why I'm saying this is because issues about online child protection have not been adequately captured in the system. We all agree that. And why this is complicated is because the online protection risks of children keep emerging, the online protection space keeps changing, and so should the CPIMS. I don't know, everybody scratches their head around how will CPIMS continue capturing protection risks as they emerge. For example, even when the Children Act, which I'm most Yeah. As I talk about the CPIMS, I'm also talking about the Children Act. When we were going through the process of coming up with the Children Act, who knew of the protection risks that would emerge? For example, AI. AI is a new protection risk of children, and we did not know that AI was going to be there when the CPIMS was being developed, when the Children Act was being done. So my proposal, as I see it, is to the non-governmental organizations, the CBOs, the NGOs. Please invest in supporting the government for regular update of the CPIMS, because I can confirm that it is really an expensive task. To the government, who is the duty bearers, please prioritize regular review of the CPIMS. And my suggestion would be, let's have a committee that is regularly bringing in the new issues, so that as the CPIMS is being reviewed, we have an inventory ready with whatever protection issues that have not been captured in the CPIMS, so that we can have probably a steering committee of a kind that sits regularly, so that all these issues, we know CPIMS is a living system. So let's activate the living nature of the CPIMS system.
Thank you, Madam Eunice. Thank you, Professor, for the responses. And thank you also for, it's something I keep on forgetting. Yet the other day I was somewhere talking about social media and harmful practices and the need to have that captured. So it is important that even as you've raised, that as we talk about harmful practices, we look also at the role of online in terms of prevention and response. So thank you, everyone, and I appreciate you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know because of time, we will not be able to take some questions. I want Ratemo to organize himself.
Professor is receiving a gift, so let them have a photo. I don't know where the photographer is. So we are going to appreciate the two for a very well, for a job well done, right? So mvua, everyone. Mvua, Robeni. Okay, hiyo ni Japanese. Tunasema Robeni is light panda. I don't know. I want to go. I want to go. Thank you so much, Madam Esther and Mark. God bless you.
An announcement, look at the notebooks that were given when you are registering. There's one that belongs to Madam Lois, and she has already written some notes on it, so we can return it back to her, and you pick another. All right, thank you.
All right, good morning, good people. Let's be on our feet. Let's be on our feet. Very well. High five the person on your right. High five the person on your right. Now the person on your left. Ask them, have you reflected? Have you reflected? Have you learned? Ask them, have you learned? Have you connected? Are you committing to act? Those are the 4 reasons as to why we're in this learning conference. We're here, don't sit, I'm not saying you sit. We're here to reflect, we're here to learn, we're here to connect, and we're here to do what? To act. Those are the 4 things. So when I'm assuming that by now, since we are done with day one and one other session, that we are having some reflections at individual level, and that you're drawing some learnings at individual level. Have we made connections? How many of us have made 3 new connections since yesterday? 3 new connections. Awesome. Clear for yourselves. Very good. How many of us have made 5 new connections? They are there. Those are people who came with the intent to live with new connections. All right. Now, I want us to do a quick energizer before I invite the high-level panel of the youth into this panel. So I want us to add members the CBC way. So, and we're going to use our bodies. So, number 1, how do we demonstrate number 1 using our bodies? 1. Using the entire body, not just the finger, the body. Number 1. Yeah, easy, right? Plus sign, plus. Awesome. There are people who have, there are so many ways, but for now we do this. Plus, like that. Equal sign, how do we do equal sign? Hey, okay. Aye. Maureen. Yes, this way. Like that. Awesome. Number 2. Let me see 2. Others are vibrating like Nokia 3310. But we need to do it like this. Yeah, just like that. Number 2. And then number 4. This is where we try stability. You do this. That is number 4. Let's try stability. If you are not able, then you can collaborate with the seat next to you. Like that. That's number 4. And then number 8. Yeah, Marine. Yes, like that. Like this. Eunice. Like this. Thank you. And then there is number 16, a 1 and a 6. Like goes like that, okay? Let's try. 1, 2, 4, 8. 8. This is a good one for the cameraman. 8. This is a good one. And then 16. Now let's add. We're adding it twice. 1 slow, the other one supersonic speed, and then we'll be done. 3 go. You go at my pace. So I'm monitoring you. Let's do this. 1 plus 1 equal sign 2. 2 plus 2 equal sign 4. Doctor, number 4, right? Yeah, 4. Not 5, 4. And then 4 plus 4 equal sign 8. It's 1, 8. Good thing I know most of you. 8. Then last one, 8 plus 8 equal sign 16. One last round and it's very fast. Very fast. 3 go. And you go at my pace, good people. 1, 2, 3 go. 1 plus 1 equals to 2. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 plus 4 equals 8. 8 plus 8. All right, let's sit down. Naitoro is here, is behaving like a rat, but she's like, oh. All right. So this session will be a session by young people. We have been here, we listened to the children, we listened to the practitioners, the people implementing various programs, we have listened to the government, we have listened to different people. Right about now, we're going to listen to young people who are in this space and also doing some innovative things when it comes to preventing and responding to harmful practices. But before I invite them, I want to put something into context. The first thing is that as at 2025, the Kenya population estimates is that 57.5 million people. Out of this, what percentage is children? Just popcorn answer from the crowd. What percentage is children? How many of us are working for children? How many of us are working for children? All right. The population of children is estimated at 43% of the 57.7 million. And that translates to almost 24 million children in the country. That is the target. Then there is youth. Kenya defines youth. The four different countries define youth differently. You know that, right? Do you know that? So Kenya, the definition of youth in Kenya is ages what to what? Huh? 18 to 35. Correct. The population of youth in the country is 36% of that 57.5 million. That again mostly translates to about 20.7 million people. So collectively, the under 35 would be your 43% plus your 36%. And so under 35 then would be something like 79% of the population. So if anyone is implementing programs that are targeting children and youth, now you know how big your scope is. Now, like I said, we are dealing with the youth today. And I liked a question that was asked about online abuse, because we can't talk about abuse or gender-based violence or harmful practices without integrating technology-facilitated harmful practices. True or false? Yes. And I know there is one question that you asked about data and Eunice responded, but one of the sources that you can refer to when it comes to data for online protection is the Disrupting Harm Report of 2021. That would give you data on so many other things in terms of the percentage of children who are in the online space, those who have experienced any form of abuse, those who have been asked to share sexually explicit content online, and every number of those things. So that will be the reliable, the authoritative. The other thing I wanted to demystify before I call my people is I know you talked about reliable data. And I was having a conversation with you here that we need to also make it clear in this conversation that as we converse, there is a difference between reliable data and authoritative data. So that we don't leave here thinking that program data is not reliable data. Program data is reliable, only that it's not authoritative. Reliable means it's accurate and maybe it was produced using some scientifically sound methods, because we also do research. The only difference is that it's not authoritative. So that's one thing that I also needed to demystify. Having said that, allow me to invite the young leaders who will form this panel discussion, and the first person I want to invite is Latifa Njoki. Latifa is in the Youth Advisory Panel for the Girls Not Pride. So please help me appreciate Latifa as she comes up front. The other youth leader would be Edwina Kwala from Kara Project. Edwina Yuri. Very appreciate Edwina. We need to motivate them. These are young people. We need to motivate them. We need to motivate them. Thank you so much, Edwina. Do we have Nelson Akoth? Let's appreciate Nelson. Nelson works with Network of Adolescent and Youth of Africa, in short, NAYA. Let's appreciate him until he comes here. Thank you so much, Nelson. Thank you, thank you. And then lastly, Keegan Kagwe. Keegan, are you there? Is Keegan in the building? All right, we hope that he will join us as we continue. So our session So this particular session with the young people really then provides a platform for the youth to share with us. Okay. So it provides a platform for the young people to share with us their perspectives and experiences when it comes to responding and preventing the harmful practices. So there's what they are doing, because here really it's about sharing experiences and what some of the lessons that they're picking. So as young leaders, then they will share their experiences, they will share with us their perspectives, their lessons, and their innovations. So before we go into the questions, I'll give them 1 minute each. We don't have a lot of time, actually less than a minute, 45 seconds, to do a quick introduction of who you are and what you do in this space as a young person, and then straight away we'll go into the questions. So we can start with Nelson. We can start with Nelson.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm looking at the audience. It doesn't seem it's a good morning from the faces. My name is Nelson Akoth. Where I come from, when you say Akoth, you refer to a girl born when it's raining. But I picked it because it's my mom's name. So I'm a young person. I work with Network for Adolescent and Youth of Africa. I support programs, but I'm also an author of a book called Pieces of Hope, which speaks to life experiences of children born to teenage mothers. I'm happy to join you in, and we hope to have a very productive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nelson.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, I'm taking kunijibu. Good morning once again. So my beautiful name is Latifa Wangoi. I represent youth in the Girls Not Bride movement in Kenya. I work closely with adolescent girls and young women in informal settlements, and I'm really happy to be part of this conversation and looking forward to a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Latifa.
Good morning. My name is Eduna Kwala from Kara Projects. I am the team leader. I sit here not as a youth man, but as a person working with children and youth. I do have a youth look, don't I? Yes, but it's important so that I'm not a fraudster when you go and look at my age and then find she was not a youth. Yes, but I love being here.
Thank you so much, Latifa, Eduna, and Nelson. Before we go to individual questions, I think one of the questions I wanted to ask you is, as in we've seen even from the population, is that you guys form almost 36% of the population. And there is always this particular slogan that those that nothing for the youth without the youth, and that is also penetrating into the children. Why are youth important in this kind of conversation that we're having here today? Why are youth important? Why should we involve the youth, and why are they important in involvement? Is there anyone who would want to say that? This is an open one.
Oh, okay, maybe I'll go first. So currently, we as the young people, we live in these same communities where harmful practices are happening, and Kenya has very beautiful and progressive laws like the Children Act of 2022 and many others, and we still continue to see FGM, child marriage, virginity testing, and all other forms of harmful practices happen, and thousands of children being affected. And also the KNDS 2022 reported that we had made progress, yet 1 in every 8 girls is married off under the age of 18 years. We've witnessed this in our spaces, in our villages, in our communities, in our faith spaces also. So it is very important for the youth to be here because we have like the first-hand information when it comes to the effects of harmful practices. And also because youth leadership, when we want youth leadership to be effective, we don't have to pick it as an option, but as a very strategic or very important strategic. So for me, that's what I can say on that.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe in a few seconds, I think one of the reasons why we need to have youth voices is because you need to attach human to the figures. You know, when you say 100 pregnant to a number has been defiled or all that, we need to attach a human face to it. So really how to engage and ensure that even if they are not brave enough to speak, they need to be there. So that as much as you're saying the figures are crazy, the figures are hurting, at least you have an evidential person to justify that it's not a story or it's not a sketch somewhere else.
Thank you, Nelson. Edwina?
Yes, I know that youth are smart. They have the solutions to the problems at hand. A case in point is a youth who's transforming Kiambu with ICT technology application in collection of funds. So there are so many ways that youth can be able to contribute to challenging these harmful practices, so they need to be on board.
Now, riding on what we just talked about in terms of youth being smart, youth being innovative, I'd want to ask Nelson then to share with us, from the work that you're doing at NAYA, what actions have proven effective in shifting the attitudes, norms, and behaviors that allow harmful practices to persist?
Okay, let me start with what I've just mentioned. One of the key issues that the work that we do revolves around engagement of adolescents and young people, and we have a model called participatory model for adolescent and youth participation. So the PAMI model ensures that from the onset you understand the root cause of what we are dealing with. So the PAMI model ensures that the voices of young people shapes the designing of our program, shapes everything, whether it's writing proposal, whether it's running with the programs, whether it's monitoring and evaluation, all across our programmatic interventions. Young voices influence and impacts all that we do. And the reason why is just to ensure that they are not left behind, that is the first thing, and that they inform based on personal experiences. Because now you understand when you say, for example, let me ask, how many have ever tested that maybe a medication you give to your kid? Yeah, say you went to hospital and you were given this, give it to the kid. Have you ever tested? So when the child tells you this is bitter, they understand it's bitter. So that is the reason as to why we engage adolescents and young people to inform our programming, because they understand it best, that the real life experiences we get from either issues around teenage pregnancy, HIV stigma, issues around discrimination, issues around school dropout, and how that impacts their well-being. Number two, it goes to storytelling, and this still goes to informing how our programs respond to the needs of young people. For example, I've mentioned the Pieces of Hope. It speaks to challenges that children born to teenage mothers face. So for you to design programs that works around teenage pregnancy, you really need to understand, apart from the teenage mother, what are the impact that goes with teenage father? What are the challenges or the experiences of these children? Because mostly we heard of kids in the dump site, in the toilet, in the pit latrines. But after that time, what happened? Because they grew up. When they grew and I realized my mom was 16 or 12, I also want to continue with the same practice. So they'll rather not say no, because they say, I have to also experience what I feel my mother or my father had experienced. So you'll find it's kind of revenge onto what they felt. Apart from storytelling, we also do a lot of intergenerational dialogues. And this to really ensure that parents, local leaders really understand that these issues really have a lot of impacts, more than just the life of adolescents and young people. So the intergenerational dialogues enables all stakeholders within the communities, enables young people to talk to their parents and tell them, we want someone to talk to. And if you're not open, if you're not available to speak to us, we'll talk to our friends who might have totally misleading information. So the intergenerational dialogues really supports young people to build connections within their communities, with them and their parents, guidance, and really ensure that they have someone to speak to, whether it's issues around sexual and reproductive health, whether it's issues around education, or any other issue that impacts their well-being. Lastly, we also have a lot of conversations with policy, because we know some of the challenges we face, especially with young people, is health-seeking behavior. So we work closely with the Ministry of Health to ensure that policy intervention really responds to the needs of young people that they present within the facilities. And to speak to one of the policies, the guidelines on provision of youth-friendly services. I know one of the challenges that still persist is the issue of consent, especially for consensual sex between minors. So that is also something that we work closely with the facilities, and we do what is called whole site facility orientation. It ensures that the person at the gate is able to respond to the needs or the question that a young person have. They are able to guide them without judging on what services the young people are going to the facility to seek. We also engage each service delivery points within the facilities to ensure that the health facilities are safe space for young people, that they can walk in, they can report without being felt that the information will leak or will get to their parents. And another challenge we face with that is the issue of SHA. Currently it's limited to, you must have SHA or have parents' details for you to seek services. And that has been a challenge with especially young people who want to seek say AFP services or any other STI-related services, because they are worried. If my parent gets to know that I'm having sex, what will be their response? Because they know I'm in school. If they get to know I have STI, what will be their response? So those are some of the key interventions that really work to support health and well-being of young people.
Thank you so much, Nelson, for highlighting those. And I think one thing that stands out for me is the fact that young people then needs to, really their voice needs to be included from design phase. That is where we do the root analysis of the problem, their voices. And it connects to what Latifa talked about, that we engage based on the experience. It's not theoretical. And I'd want to then invite, of course, Keegan, karibu sana, to first, of course, to introduce yourself in less than 30 seconds. And I know you've done work across counties. What we'd want to hear is what are some of the approaches that have genuinely then shifted young people's attitudes and actions towards preventing harmful practices.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Keegan Kagwe, and I want to apologize for coming in late. You know, they say when it gets to September, it's the Thursday in organizations, and so December is like a Friday. And so when December is like a Friday, what happens is everyone is busy everywhere. And so we are at an opportune time as Kenyans because we are looking at the EACFGM bill, and young people, we really voiced our opinions in that particular bill. And so today there's the public participation. And so while you have a team there, we had to make sure that we burn the midnight oil to make sure that whatever issues we were raising are actually captured there. And so I might have been late, fashionably so, but I am here, but it was with good intent. Good morning. So yeah, as mentioned by Ratemo, my name is Kigan Kagwe. I'm the National Coordinator for Youth Anti-FGM Network Kenya. Movement of young people working across the hotspot counties. Over and above that, I am the African Union Salima Youth Ambassador, the initiative that works towards ending FGM at a continental level. Having said all that, and coming here as a young person, I believe that we are a generation that is caught up between an old guard that looks into maintaining the status quo and one that looks to shift norms and look for a better future. And so when you're talking about what strategies have worked, I want to shock you guys and tell you I've not brought in new ideas. It is just the old ideas that we need to actually implement and look at how we are doing things differently. First of all, if you're talking about intergenerational dialogues, how are we conducting them? And so for me here, it's a point of reflection to all of us. Also, as you're talking about engaging young people, what strategies are we using to engage this particular demography that is different? Because also, again, the conversation on survival leadership has taken shape in the country. But when you're also talking about survival leadership, at what point does it then stop on engaging young survivors of FGM? And so for me, when I was looking at this question, I chose to answer it in three-prong approaches. First of all is on the economic leg. Are we, those who implement, the donors, the governments, are we willing to put our money and invest in young people and believe that their ideas are worth the investment? They might be fresh, they might be new, they are bold, they're innovative, they don't have the experience that you may have, but are we willing to take that particular risk? The other thing I'd want to also mention about it is also look at the social aspect of it. Do we trust the young people to lead their own initiatives in the communities? As you have rightly mentioned here, when you're even talking about issues on sexual transmitted infections and that kind of thing. Sexual reproductive health and rights for young people, it's one thing to have access, but once you have access, what is the attitude towards that center that you are accessing? And so these are some of the things that we need to holistically think about when it comes to engaging and working with young people. The other thing is to look at the political aspect of all of it. Recently, we've done the Elders Declaration that happened in Narok. And continuously, we've been told that Elders Declarations support in shifting attitudes and norms. Okay, well and good, that is supported. But what we've seen that it creates that ecosystem, but why does the practice of FGM and child marriage still persist, and bidding for the MA community still persist in our communities? And that shows that we've lacked a robust set of indicators to look at it. And so as young people, we said, and maybe this is going also to answer the question on accountability, but you're going to come back to it, is that we are no longer wanting to do business as usual. And so I hoped I will have any innovative ideas, but the thing is, whenever we bring in innovative ideas, they are not looked to be funded or scaled up. And so we want to work with whatever you guys are already doing, and how can we tap into it and see then how can we lead up to the eradication of the practice. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Keegan. And I think the bigger question to the actors here, are we willing to invest in the young people? They are bold. Like Keegan is indicating, they might not come up with completely new ideas from us, but the innovativeness that comes with that, are we willing to involve them? And now I'd want to switch to Edwina. You are doing work with children and young people like you indicated. maybe help us to understand what makes young people receptive of the messages challenging harmful practices from your experience.
What I've seen is when we apply approaches that are in line and sensitive to the realities of the youth and the children. Yesterday, one of the panelists talked about the situation that is in North Hall and the way we have 99% FGM. That is the reality in that area. And so when we are challenging harmful practices, what is the reality for this child? What is the reality for that champion and that survivor of FGM and even technically facilitated GBV and all other forms, because we're also talking about emerging trends. So we need to be very careful, and we should be very careful with the realities on the ground, because we can gather and talk so much, but when these people go back home, the situation is the same, the environment is the same, the home is the same. And so something that would resonate with the youth and the young people is something that is sensitive also to their values. They do have values. Yesterday we heard that we have our own faith, we have our own customs and all of that, but now they are creating their own space and their own values. So we need to get into that space of what are the values, what are these things that are so important to these young people. One of the things is the peer influence. When they have good, what can I say? Good friends, and please don't misquote me, good friends would mean those ones who are challenging harmful practices across the board. Then you'd expect that that would be the outcome. But of course, if they're exposed to friends that are not good, then of course the outcome would be expected. A case in point is maybe children who have gone through FGM. When they go to school, they will associate as peers who have gone through FGM. But if there's one that has not gone through FGM, then they become the good friend for our context. So I think also working on encouraging and empowering and advocating for these children to have self-esteem, self-confidence, even the young people, so that whatever is right is right. One of the panelists again said yesterday that even if something is being repeated and being done so much, it does not make it right. So that one person that is standing for whatever is right should be given a greater voice. One other thing I have seen for young people and children that works is when they are not being judged. Because as one of us said, that can we trust these people to run their own spaces, the young people to run their space, the children to run their spaces? It is not very easy, because we tend to influence the outcomes, and in so doing, we make it judgmental for the young people and the children, making it impossible for them to take part in challenging the harmful practices. I think it is also important to have positive role modeling. It is the same as peer. And so when we have the right information being given to the young people and them leading the spaces, that would really impact on enabling the young people and the children to have an impact on changing the norms that we are seeing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Edwina. And I know one of the things that is clear from your sharing is that we need to be alive to the realities of the young people that we're working with, because their experiences, survivor experiences, are totally different. So we can't deal with them as the same. And really that what that reminds me again is based on what was shared by Keegan earlier. As we do our act, as we implement, there are two things that we need to interrogate. There is the interventions, what that we are implementing, and the approaches. Most of the time, what goes wrong or what we don't do right is the approaches. So the problem might not be on the intervention, but the problem might be on the approach. But also the other thing is intent versus impact, and we'll talk about that. So now I'd want to go to Latifa. I know Nelson talked about some of the models that they're using. He talked about the PAR model. So based on your engagement, again, in different programs, advocacy spaces, the advisory boards, which youth-led models are proven effective in mobilizing the young people that can be adopted in preventing harmful practices?
So just like Kegan mentioned, whatever we are going to give her, it's not new. So for me, what I've seen working while we try to address these harmful practices is one, peer-to-peer education and also networks, because young people tend to trust people who look like them, people who talk like them, and they understand their language, people who dress like them, so it becomes easy for them to trust them, and hence shift attitudes. Also, another thing that has really worked for us is youth-led community dialogues. I'm speaking on behalf of grassroots organization as a co-founder of a grassroots community-based organization, and youth-led dialogues have really worked, and I'd like to share this in a very short story. So once upon a time, there was this beautiful woman who had a very beautiful daughter, and while the daughter grew up, she used to see her mom cook fish without the head. And she never understood why. The daughter grew up, she became of age to prepare meals at home, and she did the same. She used to cook fish without the head. And then she had another beautiful daughter who also experienced this. So one day, her daughter was curious as to why the mom used to cook fish without the head part. And she asked her mom. And funny enough, the mom didn't understand or didn't know, like she didn't have a basis as to why she used to cook fish without the head. So the mom had to go back to the mom, and she asked the mom why she normally cooks her fish without the head part. And the mom told her it's because during her times they used to use pots, and the fish couldn't fit in the pot. So that's why she had to go to do away with the head part. So this is something that we see. Majority of the people who practice these harmful practices do not have a basis or an understanding as to why they do this. So we as young people, when we lead these conversations with utmost curiosity, it rings a bell in their mind, and it really helps them to understand how they are impacting the young people or survivors of harmful practices. And another thing that I'd say that has really worked for us is leveraging on the digital spaces. We've seen young people calling out perpetrators on digital spaces. We've seen young people becoming innovative with apps, SMSs where you can report, and it's really nice to see what the young people are doing. If only people could trust the youth more, then we would be at a very better place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And from that particular analogy of the fish that she's given, I want to ask, especially those of us who are doing program work in the communities, how many of us have ever asked the local community members why they are actually doing FGM? Why are they cutting? Is there anyone who's ever asked? What response were you given? Someone give her the mic for 30 seconds. We see whether there is any justification, strong justification, as to why the community does what they are doing. 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer from Meru, a champion on GBV. When I asked why they do cut women on genital part, what they responded is, me, I'm even a leader in a community, Women Maendeleo Wanawake. I do visit groups of women and I do talk to them and they share a lot. What they told me is that, like now, I try to seek why our girls are getting expectant every now and then, and those who are below 18, those who are in school. they told me this is resorting out of when we deny women being cut, that genital part, the clitoris, is the one which attracts men. And it is the one which acts like the penis of a man. When they have a male partner, they feel like having sex with a man. And they told me also that the women who are cut, they don't have that itch of seeking men every now and then. And the women who are not cut, they follow men wherever they go, their husbands. And if they are husbands, they disappear from homes. That's the time you hear that they have walked with their in-laws, they have walked with their children, or even other men, they come in their houses. So I would like also to learn from here what we can do, or what I can tell those women who are frankly speaking, and they say that the women who are not cut, our girls, they run after men. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad that you've shared that, because it's the same experience we had in Moyale. Joan and Naitoria were in that particular meeting. And it was a community dialogue, and we asked, actually, let's put the dialogue aside. Let's just tell us, why are you supporting FGM so many years later? And it was exactly the same thing that Latif has talked about. Some are doing it. I remember, like I said at the beginning, some said it's, was it sister to sister, Joanne? Sister power, that we want them to fit in. The other one is what my sisters talked about there, to tame the women, because men are not there most of the time. So then we asked the men, so how are women taming you? I think that is where then they asked us to separate and have conversations independently. And I can tell you for free, in that meeting, men blamed FGM on women. Men blamed FGM on, and Joan, you were in the ladies session. What did ladies say in less than 20 seconds? Because I think it's good for us to talk about realities in terms of the things that we are facing. So that even as you are doing dialogue, like someone mentioned yesterday, you're not going there to do sensitization of the number of acts, the commitments by the government and things like those. First understand why they are doing what they are doing, and then we start from there. So Joan, what did women say?
Yeah, for women, they said for men, they cannot marry a girl who is not circumcised, number one.
Yes.
Number two, they say they'll also be discriminated in the society. They are going to be outcasted, and they are not going to fit into the community.
Exactly.
So for them to fit in, they have to either, for their girls to undergo FGM, and for them to get also married to a good husband. So the women were also blaming on the men. They are saying that their fathers, they're the ones who are pushing them for the girls to be married.
Exactly. So from that conversation alone, you could hear men are more or less blaming it on women. Women are doing what? Blaming it on men. So you can imagine a community dialogue in that particular context. Then it needs to change from how we do the things that we do. Thank you so much for that analogy, Latifa. So I know we are 2 minutes past our time. So the second question, please take a minute each maximum, such that we conclude. And I'd want to start with Keegan, again, listening to what is coming out in terms of there is the ask for people to trust the youth more, as in to have more trust on the youth and things like those. What accountability strategies have youth used to challenge harmful norms, and what support will strengthen these strategies at scale?
Thank you so much. For the accountability strategies, I'll look at what we call the Samburu model. And so what we've done in Samburu is that our accountability mechanisms goes to the Nyumba Kumi level. So we have what you might call a governor, so we have a county focal person. Then what you might call a member of parliament, we have sub-county representatives. Then we have ward representatives, what we may call MCAs, and then we have village representatives. And so the village representatives, the selection criteria was that the ward admins, the village representatives, and the chiefs would sit together and decide that this particular young girl and young boy will be part of whatever community setup or vigilance things we are doing in the community setup. And so what this has helped us to do is drawing you back to something that happened in Samburu, the girl who was rescued, who was being forced into child marriage. It was actually that surveillance system in Samburu that the ward representative informed the focal persons, and we were able to rally the security stakeholders within the county to do it. But when you're talking about accountability, we cannot fail to juxtapose it with the issue of resource mobilization. You cannot again ask young people how accountable we are, yet the funding systems that you're giving us are not accountable to the needs that we have. For instance, how can you tell me that you're looking for my impact statement, yet your funding model looks like giving young people 3 months short-lived funding? And so once you're looking at that, that is one thing we need to also look at. The other accountability mechanism, I think, is the young people have voiced themselves in the digital space. And in the digital space, I'm going to also talk to two issues on transition. If you're talking about a just transition, if you're not talking about digital just transition and also climatic just transition, then we are doing disservice on ending harmful practices. Young people, we found out they are online. We were in Wajir the other time, and you might think such a far-flung county that there are no such issues. But we also found that deep-pocketed issues on GBV that are affecting young people, together included with the issues of drug and substance abuse. And so when you're talking about a digital transition which is just and a climate transition which is just, then we need to also ask ourselves, how are we equipping young people with the education they need in the digital space? How are we giving the young people digital safety tools to stay safe online? And also the digital divide that we know then when you're talking about access, young men are more able to access the digital spaces than young women because of also access to these tools of technology. The issues of climate, you cannot go ahead and say that there's no issues on climate adaptation that actually support issues around gender. I know we have a president who leads one of the powerful nations around the world who says that the climate justice is a hoax. Maybe that is his own belief, but I also want to invite you guys to a presentation that was made yesterday by Asnath from Brave Movement. And as you can see here, there's what we are calling the third richest nation. And this is also an issue of accountability because we are looking at not only putting child rights issue as a social issue, but as an economic imperative. Save for the United States of America and China, the third richest nation will be $7 trillion richer. To shock you is that the world loses $7 trillion. The work that the Directorate of Children's Services are doing to protect children is actually costing cumulatively $7 trillion to keep children safe. So a society that looks at its children and wants to take care of its children will be saving $7 trillion. And this is what we are calling the third richest nation. And so maybe even us as young people in this campaign that we are also part of as Brave Movement is that we are putting an economic imperative in these particular situations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Keegan. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Very strong message there that we should actually embrace child rights issues as economic imperatives and not just social issues. I think that's big. Someone can even do a PhD on that, right? Edwina, in less than 1 minute, looking at the actors who are here because they're doing programming at different levels, how can we strengthen youth leadership in shifting the norms?
I think we have already talked about it, just creating the space for the youth. And I feel like we have talked about that. And I just want to give a practical answer to one of the questions that you asked. I'm sorry about that. When you asked what the community is saying, because I'm representing the voice of the girl and the children and the youth that I work with. Talk about FGM because that is where I'm coming from in child marriage. When we are having the girl talks sessions and we are just removing every other barrier, and I ask the girls, do you want to go, like would you want your girl to go through FGM? Because At the rescue center, we do have a rescue center that is called Kara Girls Rescue Center, where we've had over 800 girls who've come through. Say 90% are survivors of FGM, but they come in because they're child brides. So we'd have that process going on. And so that means we've had like 99 or 98% FGM already gone through with this population of 800. And when you ask them, what would your opinion be about FGM? And they tell you, yes, I think it is right. Even after all the mentorship sessions that we've had, even after all the talks, after all the films and everything that we have shown. So that is the reality, and we are still working at that. So what I think is the answer is more education, formal, informal, every kind of education. We were privileged to have some of the girls here at the panel yesterday. One of them was an 844 student, so that means she was cut off after child marriage, and of course the formal education system would not be an option for her. So that would go very well, her case would go very well with skilling. So as we are working with the survivors, we should focus on making sure that they get educated. For the ones that can go to school, just continue with the formal school. The ones that cannot fit into the normal formal school, get skilling programs. Of course, invest a lot on the psychosocial support, among other factors.
So thank you so much, Edwina, for that. And so I know you've talked about creating the spaces as one of the ways to enhancing youth leadership in this. And I'd want Latifa in less than a minute to also talk about, so what are some of the limitations should we then need to address for us to have meaningful involvement of young people in this kind of engagement?
I'll go straight ahead to my points, and one of them will be, let's stop with the tokenism. When we invite young people to these meetings, we allow them to speak, but do we always allow them to decide? Do we give them the decision-making power? That's one thing that we should stop with the tokenism, and encourage these young people to make decisions, create spaces for them to make decisions. Another thing that I'd say is, I think Keegan had mentioned, instead of the one-off funding of like simple activities, why don't you guys trust young people or youth-led organizations with long-term funding? And also another thing I'd like to add to that is there's something with, due to lack of a better word, I'm just gonna say it as it is. We've seen in these spaces that there's a lot of ageism whereby young people are not allowed to speak because our experiences, our thoughts, our insights are dismissed as a result of our age. We are looked at as people who don't let us not allow age to be a measure of our wisdom. In simple terms, we have the right experience, we have the correct data from our communities, we have all it takes for us to participate and engage us meaningfully, not just in different parts of a progress or a project. Engage us all the way from the start to the end of this project. And also, I think something that is also limiting young people, I'd say there is a lot of gatekeeping in the CSO world. There's a lot of gatekeeping where people who feel they came here before, they gatekeep for young people to penetrate through. They therefore make it hard for young people to maneuver around. So let's stop doing that.
Thank you so much. The message is clear on the things that we must stop for young people to be meaningfully involved. I don't really need to repeat because Latifa mentioned those in basic English, that we are able to understand. And finally, Nelson, listening to all that you guys have discussed from this panel, the different innovative approaches, the actions, those kind of things, how can this be supported and strengthened for greater scale?
Thank you so much. So first of all is we have to really ensure that we institutionalize child and youth participation spaces, because with that we'll give the young people the power to inform our decisions, especially with the policy making spaces, budget advocacy spaces. So with that they have the power. I think the challenge has been tokenism, that you have to limit yourself. You have to limit the voices. You have to limit what you have to say and what you don't have to say. So I think with those spaces, it will give young people the power to really enhance their voices. Another thing would be around political goodwill. I think that is an area that we really need to work on, to ensure that we tap into the influence that the political leaders have, especially when it comes to influencing community norm change and all of these harmful practices. Because I remember when issue of VMMC came, remember we had the late Raila Odinga saying, go for a VMMC, and we can attest that people really went to have VMMC because there was a political figure who came out to support that. Another thing would be holistic programming. If at the onset of designing your programs, you ensure that you do a simple thing like problem tree analysis, ensure that if it is economic challenges impacting on continuity of these challenges, how well can you design your program to respond to that? Then lastly is on humanizing data. I think most of the time we just speak of the numbers. We speak of the numbers, but we often fail to really humanize and ensure that people understand that these are real people, these are real families, these are real young people, and they are the face of the next country, the next nation, and the government itself. Because in the next 30 years, is the gens, is the children who will be into the political space, into the leadership spaces. So they have to be heard now, they have to be understood, and the challenges that they face has to be sorted now for them to have that leeway to a greater future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our youth-led session, and the things that are clear from this conversation is that young people, the fact that they are young does not mean that they've got less knowledge and the expertise to engage. They have demanded, usually that's the word they use, that we need to create space for them. We need to stop tokenism and gatekeeping, and we need to give them decision-making power and trust them to even fund some of their innovations. So thank you so much, guys, Latifa, Nelson, Keegan, and Edwina. We really appreciate for sharing your experiences. And at this point in time, I would ask the plenary to appreciate you and give it back to the MC for the day.
And we want to do it this way. I will take only 3 questions. But before we take the questions, I want them to stand up and we gift them first, and we take photos, and then they can answer questions when they have the motivation. So can you stand up? Thank you. Esther, you have left somebody to work alone. A clap for them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well done, well done. Thank you. And I like reflecting most of the time. Today we'll be just reflecting. Sometimes, even what they have talked about is true. What they have talked about actually is true. But even as we reflect on what they have talked about, do we always also have a problem of Kizungu imetoroka, but I will come back to it. Okay. Oh, the first question.
It happens. Thank you so much, the panel. That was hilarious. Listening to the youth is good because of the future, and also they determine the future programming when it comes to such abuses. However, it's unfortunate in the panel we don't have anybody from a community that practices FGM. Gentlemen, do we have any? No. But now, hypothetically, I would love you to attempt in answering this question. We recently held an intergeneration meeting to discuss, a closed-door meeting, to discuss with different age set and age group about FGM. And we had youth in that. It came out that they are aware, very much aware of the dangers, well versed of what should happen and what should not happen. But now it's like they are bound down to pressure to also indulge in the same. Like when they want to marry, the Maasai community will not, acknowledge the wife who is not yet cut. And you yourself, you are even a master's degree holder and all that. So they said they have been given, there's a new name they are being called to stigmatize those who are going against that. And therefore, as a result, so that they don't lose their root, they have decided now they will be marrying two, or having one official and the other one in town who is not cut. How do you, because it's like hiding, you are still hiding, you are still perpetuating the crime and like that. How would you advise in case you are taken to Samburu, Maasai, Redire side? How would you, as a youth, advise or approach such a situation, and how would you advise them? Thank you.
Haya, maswali iko kwenu. And what I was talking about was that how do you see the issue of entitlement among the youth and children because of the exposure to knowing their rights and not thinking about responsibilities, also affecting them in innovation, and them just talking about we need to be engaged holistically instead of talking about we are going to initiate.
Mine is a question. I can see those who are presenting or those who are involved here are the highlights or the boys who come from towns or those who are educated. Now when we go at the ground there, we meet the boys who have never gone to school or who dropped out of school in primary schools, and they are the ones who are practicing mass male circumcisions. Now, in our place, I'm from Meru, whereby it is FGM is practiced. And I'm a champion, I know what I'm saying. When, like, an holiday like this one now, we are circumcising boys, those who have done their exams, grade 6, grade 9. And now the boys who are taking part are those ones who have never gone to school. Because if you look at those who have gone to school or those who are educated, they don't follow those boys. And they don't even stay with them. But those boys, because me have interacted with them, I ask them, why are you doing this? And what they are doing is this. They encourage FGM in the community. Whereby, when the boys are circumcised, they do go to eat. They say they want to eat and eat and eat. Then, when the food is cooked or the porridge is prepared, they say that they do not want to take from the uncircumcised women. And we know we have so many women who are not circumcised. We have intermarried with other areas, and we know women who are not circumcised. If a woman is married in that family where the boy is getting circumcised, you are not supposed to be seen even around. If you walk around, they see you. Those boys won't eat food. They will leave it there. They will say that the Mukenya now, the uncircumcised lady, has passed through or has prepared that porridge, and they are not going to take it. Then the parents of the circumcised boy, they will be forced to arrange another day or to arrange some other food, prepare it with the women who are circumcised, and they be seen there. What are we going to do? Because those boys are encouraging, and when we talk to them, they say that, they are not exposed. We need them to be sensitized and understand the reasons why not circumcise a girl. Now, I'm worried because those boys are there and the circumcision has come back. And even you have heard of the cases in Meru. We have 2 cases of gang rape. And it has been conducted by those boys. Because one woman was caught in the morning, very early in the morning, when those boys do take the uncircumcised boys to bathe. Yes, to bathe. Now I'm asking, what are we going to do to those boys? What are we going to do to these communities whereby we have such boys? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would want to politely request that you allow me to take just one per table here, isn't it? Yeah. And we said yesterday, let's be precise. Let's just ask the question.
Yes, my name is Penina. I talked yesterday, like EP account GBV coordinator. I have a question for the youth that we have presented this morning. What message do you have for the girls who have been learning away from their home and getting into the men's houses? And then, these are the girls who are teenagers. Yes, we have right to protect them. We have right to respond to their GBV cases. But now as a senior youth, because I can see you are senior youth, what message do you have for these young girls, 15-year-old, 14-year-old, who learns from their home? Wanaenda kuingia kwa nyumba za vijana, alafu askari anakuja anawashika, wanapelekwa. Sasa hiyo ni defilement. What message do you have for them?
Thank you. The last one.
Good morning, everyone. I hope we are all fine. I have one question, but first of all, I would want to echo on what Latifa spoke about in terms of tokenism in the space. It is very sad that many times youths are just called to the panels when their experience and expertise are required or needed. And when it comes to budgeting, their expertise are not there. So that is when you realize they'll be told that they do not know how to spend the funds, they don't know how to use the funds, they do not know how to do the allocations. So this leaves us that what engagements are we speaking about when we involve youths? Is this just a question of their voices and faces stamping the conferences and the meetings when we don't give them the budget lines or money to support the innovative ideas that they have? Because you can hear from what they shared, it is more of a point of breaking down when they say they do not have any other innovative ideas or ideologies to bring on board in ending harmful practices. And this will take me back to the question that I have for Keegan when we spoke about public declaration. I want you to reflect and see how much was spent into the SUSWA public declaration recently. And if we to convert this money and give it to the youth to do their work, what is that one thing that the youths would have done differently? Because since I got into this space, since 2015, 2015, public declarations are done every now and then in Narok County. That is now that Suswa in specific, and we are not seeing impact or results around it year in, year come. So Keegan, would you really understand how that allocation looked like and what would be differently done if this money was given to the youths to really implement their ideas? Thank you.
But even as they answer this, I would want to urge us that although we are talking about harmful practices here, and you look at the theme of accelerating action, let's connect it to all other issues, even including public finance.
All right, thanks for the question. So we'll start with Keegan.
Thank you so much for the questions. To start us off here, and to answer the co-moderator there, that young people are entitled, and I'd want to say yes, we are entitled. We are entitled to safe schools. We are entitled to right spaces. We are entitled to protection from harmful practices. We are entitled that what the old guard has failed to protect us is our rights. So we are entitled, and the entitlement is valid. And so with this entitlement comes responsibility, because again, we are taking action. We are seeing we've not been heard in spaces. And so it is prudent to say that our entitlement doesn't stem from a place of we just are entitled. Our entitlement comes from a point of we have continuously been neglected, and we want to look at different approaches that work for us. And so the old guard would say that it's an entitlement, and for me I'd say is give us our rights. It's a demand. The other question I'd want to answer is we are not speaking hypothetically. We coordinate a network of 22 hotspot counties. Youth Anti-FGM Network Kenya has 13,000 young people, and it has 67 youth-led grassroots organizations. And so we are not talking from a point of hypothesis, we are talking from a point of knowledge. And we, given an opportunity, if Esther invited us, we would have been the 13,000 of us here sharing our issues. But in any other system, we have structures, and that's why probably I am here. And maybe to answer now that particular question is that these are social norms, and social norms take time to change. And so the questions you're asking the young people, and I would want to talk about it because you also talked about issues of public financing. Even in the county integrated development plans, the CIDPs, when you're doing the public participation, are those platforms, my colleague talked about institutionalizing child and youth participation, are those platforms welcoming young people to talk about their issues? Because issues on access to SRHR services we've seen in CIDPs are not, they're minimally budgeted. Even in the State Department for Children right now, they'll tell you their biggest issue is funding. And so if you are keen to ending harmful practices, if there's no money, there's no conversation. I'll also want to talk about the issue of declaration. It's been a hot topic, and it's been an ongoing conversation. Maybe for me to protect my neck, and and also because of the political goodwill and the name of the network, I'd want to say maybe what I would have envisioned differently, other than what the resources would have been used to, is maybe come up with a robust monitoring and evaluation framework for that particular declaration, that the elders have declared this. So what set of indicators can we use to follow to see that this declaration has supported towards the abandonment of the practice in this particular community? And so maybe that is what I would have looked at, other than it being an event-based activity. Thank you.
I'd want to go next. I think this is in regards to where young people are still, maybe partly, still going with the harmful practices. And I think young people are really still struggling with issues around identity and belonging. So if you come from a community that are practicing these harmful practices, and it gets to a time that you really still want to be part of the family, you are really struggling to cut off all these harmful practices, and on the other hand, you have your family still strict on you have to pick this certain kind of a girl who is cut and all that. So it brings young people to a space where, or a time where they are not able to really cut off completely what they also understand is harmful, because you still need your family. You still need your father to guide you and also just support you becoming a standalone family as and support yourself. What we really need to have is the uncomfortable conversations. Young people need to know that you need to have a girlfriend who is happy. If they are not happy, how can you be happy? So those are some of the uncomfortable conversations that we need to have with young people. That in as much as you have the family putting a lot of pressure on you to have a girl who is 12 and you are 30. So are you really a man if you cannot convince a girl your age or thereabout to get married to? If you stick to a 12-year-old, how can you justify you are a man? So all these conversations really need to get to young people. They are, yes, uncomfortable, but they have to be spoken about, on, so that young people can be in a position to determine that I need a wife who is happy, not a wife who cannot talk to me, who cannot converse with me. Then that is not a family. If you're picking someone who you cannot converse with, you cannot understand one another. Because for a child, if you marry a child, you are between a rock and a hard place. And also on the award to the girls, allow me show you this book. This is Pieces of Hope, and it speaks to challenges that children born to teenage mothers go through. And I usually have community reading sessions. And during the community reading sessions, what I usually have with the girls is to let them understand that it's just a matter of time. Sometimes you're forced and you feel that the world is ending. But I usually tell them, when I was only a month old, I lost my mom. When I was 5, I was diagnosed with HIV. When I was 10, I had KS. KS is a type of skin cancer. When I was 15, my viral load was at 1.2 million. 1.2. But by the time I was turning 20, I had LDL. I was back to school. And by 22, I graduated. So when we have these conversations with girls, it gives them hope that not all is lost. When they question harmful practices, all is not lost, because sometimes it's very hard for them to question or even to hold on or even to seek support. But without seeking support, these challenges will persist. So sometimes they feel like, even if I seek support, will that support come? Will it be sustainable? So when we have this conversation and we engage life experiences, we give young people that this is possible. You can run away, you can go to, that is why we are talking about the safe spaces. They can have a space where they can walk to and be supported. But without that hope, they cannot take that small action of running to a safe space. So if you give them hope, they are able to take that action of running away, going to a space where they can be supported. Without all this, the action has to start with them. And without hope, they might not probably start that action.
So thank you so much. I will just stand here 20 seconds only. The first question from Helen. And then we conclude.
That was from Dr. Ari. Yes. I'll kindly request youth from Kara to come over, because the question was on male champion. And we'll ask him, now that he's a graduate from a rural village of Kajiado County called Osupuko, whether he would marry a second wife. Will you marry a second wife?
No, I can't.
Now look for him.
All right, thank you so much, girls. Let's appreciate the young people as we end this session. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. I know it's very interesting, but we also have to manage time. And I want to request us generally to move and take our health break. And we are coming back here at exactly 12. At exactly 12, so that we can proceed with the next session. And the next session is not easy. So let's just do it as quickly as possible, then come back for the next session that will be guided by the presenters, all the presenters for the session that was the first, to be the first session for day 2, that is Solutions Show, the case innovative interventions. See Madam June. There she is. Stand up. There she is. Akilidada Manyata, where are you? Very good. Person-centered communication. Person-centered, again. Migori. Kralaf is there. World Vision Big Dreams, I think, is there. CISP is there. Moran's Engagement is there. Then Isiolo Women is there. Marsabit Mwado Project, where are you? Good, you're there. Then Strategy for Northern Kenya Development. Wow, they are here. Too young to wed. I know you are there. And then Men and FGM Documentary. So let's proceed, please. Let's take some tea and then come back as fast as possible.
I'm looking for person-centered communication. Presentation by Migori County, kindly, the person concerned. Migori County. But before them, we will have Magdalene with an innovative idea. So kindly confirm so that we can officially start off this session. So we are only using one device, which is at the front. We will not be all using our laptops. Just one device. Ensure your PPT is here so that we have one controller moving our slides. We don't start moving from one point to another. So, Miss Lynette, kindly come so that we...
The clarity is like that. It's okay. That's why I wanted to do that. Even as she's moving. I can even take them. Do you have your laptop here? So you can use it to move from... Okay, that's what I was saying. You can actually use the dials if you want. Okay.
If you're standing outside, please get in kindly. Let's get back to the hall. Good after tea. I see you're still engaging. I hope you are warm in your tummies and you're ready for solutions, right? So welcome to this session, which is on solutions. My name is June. I'll take you through 12 presentations. Are you set? Are you set? So there are going to be some rules, okay? So number one, this is a timed presentation. The presenters know maximum 7 minutes. I have a timer. When it rings, kindly finish that statement mahali umefika. Sawa sawa? That is to the presenters. Then to you, the audience, hello? Are you here? It's very engaging, I hope. For you, the audience, you have a notebook. Let me see your notebook, so that if you don't have, we get one for you. You have your pen. Now, all the questions that you have for any presenter, note it down. Are we together up to there? Then after we are done with the 12 presentations, my presenters will be seated at the front there on the dais, and then we can read out those questions to each presenter. Is that agreeable? Can we move on? Okay, so musilale, I know you just ate some chicken, but the sooner we do this, the sooner you go for lunch. So if we hold it back, lunch itakuwa 3. So let me give it now to Miss Lynette. We are going to use this type of clap. You've met it at art areas, yeah? So let's practice it. Practice it. Don't be on your phone. Here it's about solutions. All through you've been giving challenges, gaps. Let's see what someone is doing in terms of solutions, right? So we have screens, this side and that side. I apologize for the clarity, but if you can see, please learn something, listen. Miss Lynette, karibu. Let's welcome her like this.
Thank you. My name is Lynette Ouma. I work with Too Young to Wed as the country director. My presentation today will be about towards zero bidding and child marriage cases in Samburu County. So Too Young to Wed's mission works to end child marriage and dismantle structural violence and exclusion, elevating historically marginalized girls to advance their rights, build resilient communities, and support sustainable national development. Our work in Kenya is in Samburu County, especially Samburu East Sub-County, serving about 680 households in Gilai Central Ward and 2098 households in Waso West Ward, for those who are familiar with that region. Our thematic areas, we implement under 2 flagship programs. That's the Butterfly program, locally known as Sampiripiri, and then we have the Leadership Scholarship program, targeting survivors of child marriage. So our thematic areas are access to education and life skills, and leadership, where we have safe spaces, which is our out-of-school mentorship weekly sessions. Then we have school enrollment. We work with the herders, the girls that are not allowed to go to school because they are taking care of goats. So when you bring them on, we enroll them to the formal schools. Parents who don't give us full consent, those herders, we enroll them into part-time shepherd classes. Then we have household resilience and economic empowerment. If you do not empower the women, then all the other solutions also do not work. So we provide chicken to the women so that they can get some sort of income when they sell both the eggs and the chicken, and also diversify food in the household. We also do food distribution during drought, like the drought that we are just coming from, and distribution of drinking water to the households that we support. Community engagement and social norms change. As we target the girls, we also target their families and the entire community, so that we promote a holistic approach in transforming the attitudes of the community towards these harmful cultural practices. Advocacy and raising awareness. Our organization was founded by Stephanie Sinclair, who is a renowned photojournalist in the US. So it was founded on the basis of amplifying the stories, the voices that have been unheard. So that is also the same thing we carry forward. We share the stories in advocacy platform to influence decision making and resource allocation. Our target beneficiaries, we target shepherd girls of ages 6 to 11. I want you to underline ages 6 to 11, because when Esther was talking about data here and KDHS, you heard that the target was from ages 15 to 49, what in our SRH we call people of reproductive age. But our program dealing with harmful cultural practices is targeting ages 6 to 11. Ask yourself where their data goes to. So in this cycle of girls that we started in 2023, there have been other cycles. We had 370 girls of that age and 62 boys. The girls would not have accessed any form of education by parental initiative. Those with full parental consent enroll to formal schools in the locality where we work in. We don't take them to boarding schools. Again, another lesson. We work with girls to transform their community in their own households. Those with partial consent engaged in part-time, we have shepherd classes with trained teachers and certified by TSC, They had during the day, they come to class during the evening, addressing the same issue I was asking about education for such kind of girls. All beneficiaries attend mentorship safe space sessions and on Saturdays, because we acknowledge we might not protect them 100% in case they slip out of our hands. Do they know they have breasts? Do they know about their cycles? And then can they count money? We have sessions on financial literacy, and can they save? Too Young to Ed provides meals, uniforms, stationaries, desks for the beneficiaries that we bring on board depending on the intervention that they access. So out of our successes, out of all those 370 girls, we only lost one girl last year to child marriage. And the girl was empowered within our safe spaces. So she found her own ways to reach to the children's office and the security. And through our support, we managed to rescue her. Right now, she's in a shelter. Unfortunately, she was already pregnant. And she's now delivered. And she's now back to school, but now she has a child. And then there are also many other issues around supporting her in those shelters. We have increased enrollment of learners in the local primary schools. If the Ministry of Education was here, would tell you that is a place where one school can only have maybe less than 100 learners. And in even those less than 100, you don't find girls there. So as a result of our intervention, we have more recruitment into schools, because of the work that we do with the community. And then issues around gender parity in lower primary schools. The schools, they are now boasting of gender parity. That's the number of girls and boys, especially in the lower primary, because that's where we enroll learners, has highly increased. And there are schools where even now there are more girls than boys because of the intervention that we have. Lessons learned. Supporting girls while they're in households has a compound positive effect, because you don't have to come back into now reintegrating them into the same cultures and attitudes they were running from. Access to education for shepherd girls is the social vaccine, underlying social vaccine. We are just coming from the COVID era to protect them from forced child marriage, FGM, and bidding. My colleagues from the pastoral community will tell you, once she is in school, they leave her alone. Uyo ni mkora, on the positive side. But then the herder, the shepherd girl, is kept behind to be controlled. They do not have any autonomy and rights. Continuous sensitization of community gatekeepers outside their spaces of power. Mtoke kwa zile chini ya miti. Move from those places where they hold their cultural gatekeeping meetings. Those meetings that take them outside creates an enabling environment for them to think as girls and women, as people who also have rights. As champions, Morans are the most effective protective allies shepherd girls have if engaged meaningfully. So I've heard in this forum again, we are saying, wale hawajasoma, the uneducated. You are already putting them in a corner, and they are going to get back with the same negativity you've given them. Embrace them the way they are, those Morans, learned or unlearned, they are your best allies. Girls' protection requires multifaceted approaches, like the same way we've done. You see our project is almost 360 degrees. You are looking at the economics of it. You are looking at the girl, the protection, the education, the health. There's so many things around it. You can't just use one approach. It's over.
Had you finished?
Almost.
Okay. 1 second.
I will go into maybe the challenges. Adverse climatic conditions exacerbate the conditions of harmful cultural practices. And then maybe before time cuts me short, it will be very important in this session we discuss the funding cut. As we are doing this amazing work, we are not sure if we'll support anyone next year because there are no funds. And the institutions we are supporting, like the Children's Office in Wamba, they don't have those resources if we don't have it. The same to the police. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Miss Lynette like this. I'm seeing most of you on your devices. I hope you are learning some of these solutions, yeah? I'm sorry it is timed, like I promised. Thank you so much, Miss Lynette. Next, we have CISP, social norms approach. There's a microphone at the dais. Just use you or your pastor. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate her as she comes. Miss Esther, when you're set, let me know so that I start off your timer.
I will be reading from there.
Just get comfortable, yeah.
Yeah. So good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Esther, project manager, and I'll be presenting the community dialogue approach, a proven social norms change model that we've been using as CISP. Next. So as you can see, in terms of statistics, child marriage is at 13% in Kenya, and we've been working in Tana River where it's around, the prevalence is around 12.4%. And Kakamega, mostly when the girls get pregnant, that's when they're married, so child marriage happen. So you can see there the teenage pregnancy also is a step where children get married because of that. Yeah, and the impact that associated with that very severe because they will be forced to drop out of school, early pregnancy, limited opportunities, and thereabout will have now the poverty cycle continuing. Next. Yeah. So this is how the community dialogue approach works in terms of changing social norms. It is a systematic way, and we follow the UNICEF 2024 toolkit, which is a proven toolkit in terms of measuring the change of social norms. So first step, we do the stakeholders consultative meetings in the target locations where we are supposed to do the community dialogues. And in that stakeholders consultative meetings, the information we get there is where the prevalence is high so that we can be able to target in those areas, and also other factors that will lead us towards coming up with the social norms assessment indicators. That is the second one. And the social norms assessment is done so that we understand the norms that are existing, what are the drivers, and who are the influential people in that community. Also in that assessment, it will help us also to contextualize our community-led dialogues in a way that it will trigger discussions within the community members. I'm still in that slide because the slide has a number of steps. Kindly don't remove it. I don't know if I will use my phone. Yeah. So the third step is where now we mobilize the community after the assessment is done, and we've done contextualization of the tools and the guide. And after that, we select the facilitators who are trained on the guide on how to lead those conversations, and it is voluntary. The training takes about 8 days, and it has a structured way of doing it. Then from there, we do the structured dialogues following the guide, which was informed by the social norms assessment. And it normally takes between 12 to 16 weeks. And after that now, that is when now they develop the declaration plans as community dialogue groups. And I forgot to mention, each community dialogue group has 20 members. 2 are facilitator. 1 is facilitating, the other one is a note taker. So during the declaration, I've heard many people talking about declaration, but how it's done within this approach, it's done within the community. It's done within the members of the community and the locality where the community dialogues were being conducted, so that it's more effective for them even to take action, and also the key government official also to take note of that and even support them to to action their action plan that will follow after, so that to keep up the momentum and be able to have that ripple effect of the new norms that they've declared to be able to be sustainable. Then from there, we have the linkages with key actors in child protection, so that to ensure that reporting is done and prevention actions are ongoing. We go to the next slide. We have evidence how this community dialogue approach has been able to change social norms. One is that the internal evaluations that have been done and the assessment using the ACT framework, which was developed by UNICEF to measure social norms change, and it has demonstrated that the reduction of acceptance and adherence to those harmful cultural practices have changed. Also, we have external assessment that have been done to show that this approach has changed social norm with Johns Hopkins University, which the evaluations have demonstrated that there was a reduction in terms of changing norms. And also project-specific evaluations have been done to see how the norms have been changed. So what is unique with this approach is we are able to do those dialogues because of the assessment and the indicators that we've put in place. We are able to see the change with time as it goes. So yes, so the measurement part of it is very key in terms of measuring social norms change. This is a graph to show how the previous project we did, how it factored in, and how the change of harmful practices was seen from the baseline to the endline survey. That is from the children and also to the community members. It also talks about the evidence on the community dialogue approach in terms of measurements. And as you can see from the project that ended 2 years ago, that is the change that we saw on child marriage, which was conducted in Kakamega and Nakuru. And we saw there was a change, there was a reduction from 0.5 to 0. Oh, okay. 1 minute, please.
1 second.
Okay, so we can go to opportunities. For the opportunities, this is it's an approach that can be used not only in protection area. It can be used also in terms of changing norms surrounding education for girls. It can be used in changing norms on surrounding things to do with nutrition. And then also, as we speak, there's a program that is going on for the network of academia on social behavior change that CSP is doing together with UNICEF. And we are looking at developing skills in terms of social behavior change and measurement programming to the practitioners that are working in this space of changing harmful practices. So if you need no more information, kindly you can see me, because there is that opportunity in terms of developing skills in the academia. Thank you.
Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much, Ms. Esther. Are we learning? Are these solutions you can replicate? The first one was on what? Oh, my class. The second? Community dialogue. The first? How many girls were assisted in the previous? I wish I had. So we have Miss Diana coming up next from Akili Dada. Again, I apologize for our projection. It's not very clear, but follow through. Appreciate her like this as she comes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Karugo. I work for Akili Dada, and I will go straight to the presentation so that I am not cut short. You could start. We will be fronting our Manyata homeschooling project, and I'll be telling you about it shortly. So about Akili Dada is a leadership incubator for girls and young women, anchored on the belief that girls can and do lead. Our mission is to offer transformative leadership in girls and young women from underserved and under-resourced backgrounds to meet the urgent need of more African women in leadership spaces. Our vision is to ensure we have more African women actively participating in crucial decision-making processes across all sectors, not just sitting as flower girls, right? For our contextual analysis, previously we were programming in Nairobi and Kiambu counties. Then after internal conversations and consultations between ourselves, sorry, Nahema, we realized, we asked ourselves the question, where do we, to speak to our mission of having journeying with girls from under-resourced and underserved regions, where do we mainly get these girls? And of course, in the ESOL region. So we mapped out regions that we'd want or rather relate to our work. And we focused on Kilifi, Kwale, Samburu, and Turkana. So this is what we got from the conversations that we were having with community members, that, this 89%, the ESOL counties cover 89% geographically, and also hosts 38% of our country's population, and it's also home to 70% of national livestock herd, which is estimated to be worth around roughly 70 billion. Of course, that's good money, right? But then again, we found out that they also have the lowest development indicators in the country, recording poor achievement in numeracy, literacy, also extreme poverty, widespread patriarchal cultural practices, inadequate infrastructure, and generally a lack of resources, which significantly hindered access to essential social services, particularly affecting girls and young women. I will skip that and go to a short clip that speaks to Manyata homeschooling. Just to save on time as well. Just a little background of Manyata homeschooling. I'd call it a unique educational project that focuses mainly on out-of-school girls and young women who are often left behind from traditional programming, focusing on giving them access to foundational skills, foundational numeracy and literacy, foundational basic civic education, just for them to get to understand their rights, as well as life skills, just to be able to take care of themselves and be self-reliant. All right, it's coming up shortly. Maybe it'd go to YouTube directly. Okay.
Coming next is Migori. Tim, if you have a video, have it ready. Migori, you're next. Our IT guy We have sound issues.
Okay.
We apologize for that. How to find the video so that all of us can watch it at our own time.
All right, you could watch the video on Akili Dada's YouTube channel. Our why we came up with the project and decided to pilot the program in Samburu County is that from the conversations in the class and with the community members as well, we realized that most of the girls are left behind, and in terms of enrollment, they would enroll as preteens and as late as emerging adults as well. Then in terms of, I had spoken about the conceptualizing the program, then as well why we piloted it in Samburu County. Again, as the speakers who went before me have said, the county has, are still, the girls in the county are subjected to harmful cultural practices such as beading, early marriage, FGMC, which stands at 76% despite the law being enacted. Then the approach, as I had not mentioned this, we normally run the sessions for thrice a week, and they cover 2 hours. Again, as I mentioned, we do foundational skills majorly. The curriculum that we use is foundational, is the ECD curriculum, and we marry it to the adult learning curriculum as well. The conversations are community-led, with parents and elders and leaders being the center of it all and leading the process. And also we are very keen on aligning it to how they do their things. Next slide, please. Who we majorly involve are primary actors, as I had mentioned before, are out-of-school girls and young women. We co-create the model with them. We also use local resource persons. Those are and train them as facilitators to take just to also ensure that the project remains even post presence there. Allies, we work closely with elders, ward administrators, parents, and local leaders who sort of are the decision makers in the communities. And also we really work closely with the county governments, Ministry of Education, and health officials at the county level as well. The impact so far, something that I failed to mention is that we use the program as an accelerated learning platform for girls to be able to join formal education. We have so far enrolled 800 learners, 98 of whom are now well versed with the foundational skills, and we have had 45 transitions so far. All right, the recommendations, just a minute. The recommendations, we have, we'd want non-formal learning models recognized at both the national and county levels, and also a lot of investments towards the same, and also partnerships integrating homeschooling transitions into formal education frameworks.
Despite everything else, I think you noticed I added her 2 more minutes, so she took 9. We apologize for the sound error, but the IT guy is here. Next, we have a presentation on person-centered communication as a transformative tool against FGM in Migori County. Let's appreciate all the way from Migori County. Karibu, 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 karibu. After her, we shall have a team from World Vision, Mr. David, and you will present something on big dreams. So let's set up for Migori. Just proceed as the IT guy. Do you have a video? Okay, just proceed.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Chacha Mengani. I am the County GBV Coordinator for Migori County. And I never fail to say I'm a survivor of FGM, so very passionate on how we can use the health system to end FGM. Oh, there is noise. It's done. I'll be added a minute because of the noise. So as you put up, there's something we are doing in Migori on person-centered communication just to end FGM. One thing we appreciate is the health sector plays a very key role on matters of health, but I usually say 90% of individuals will always land in a health facility in one way or another, either as a patient, escorting a patient, or as a client for any other services. So WHO produced a tool that is called person-centered communication. So the conversation becomes individualized. So as Migori County, we picked it up. So that is the map of Migori County. Just to know, we are 10 sub-counties, but 2 of the sub-counties, those are the Koreans, are the most counties that practice FGM. And key to note, they are bordering Tanzania, so we also have matters of cross-border that will come in. So FGM, I'll not define it because we all know the definition. In Korea community, who are the most people who practice FGM, it's deeply entrenched in their culture, where they feel they have to do it because of the cultural values. And we are clearly moving away from talking about, when you're talking about the medical effects, we are still talking about the violation of human rights of the women and girls as a way of them to realize, because you'll have conversations with the women and they'll tell you, and I went FGM and had 10 children with no complication. So the narrative has to change in terms of communication. So as much as you're talking about health effects, that's why I didn't mention more about it. We have others to do with the violation of rights. Then it's performed majorly between the November and December holidays. 1, children are out of school. The Korea community has 4 clans. So the 4 clans will never practice FGM at the same time. They will always rotate. So you work on, as you put interventions, how are you able to reach out in the different clans in the region. Then there's a silent shift toward medicalization. And I always echo when we say Korea community and medicalization, as a survivor of medicalized FGM, where it was done by a healthcare worker, those are the silent change that is not spoken and cannot be reported. So what can we do as healthcare workers to change this? We have cross-border cuttings, and then the risk of child marriage, GBV, and the rest. I'll not mention much on it. So the stakeholders who are being involved in the PCC, health cannot work alone, and we had the conversation here very clearly. We need to work as a team. So each and every player has a role to play. So we work closely with different stakeholders. I think my slides are not moving. We work closely with different stakeholders. That's the health, the police, the NGAO, who are the assistant chiefs, the DCCs, children department, CSOs. I know Msichana is in this room among the CBOs that we work with closely. Then we have community members, because person-centered communication targets an individual. And I'll say briefly about it as I put up the interventions on how we are doing it. So we've trained community health promoters. And the community health promoters, 1, you have to do a value clarification for them. 1, these are people who come from this community. So the healthcare workers and the community health promoters have to undergo a training where a value clarification is done on them to change their values. Because we have healthcare workers who will tell you, whether you like it or not, they'll cut their girls. They come from this community. So it has to start changing with them. So after doing the training, we now target. Person-centered communication targets an individual and understands why you're practicing FGM. So if you want to change your socio-cultural norms, we start with an individual. And most of the women will tell you different reasons. One of them told us they're practicing FGM because their grandparents, their grandmother was done, their mother. So there's no concrete reason apart from this family history of FGM being done. Another one will tell you, because I just found people doing it, but I don't know the reasons. So are we targeting individuals to give us the reason? So the community health promoters trained on person-centered communication, they do household visits. As they're doing household visit, one, they're doing mapping of the girls in danger of FGM at the household level. Then two, they're now taking the conversation to the household, to the individual. Why are you practicing? Why should you change? And what you think will work? Then the best thing with person-centered communication, if a person tells you they still want to do it, you don't start castigating them like this is wrong, you have to. You still pick up a conversation on you did not understand, what can we change the narrative. So during the home visits and we do community forums, we tell them we move away from the community conversation, but go to an individualized conversation. So as much as you do the community conversation, can you shift now the norm to just go and talk to Catherine as an individual and listen? Then we have feedback meetings with them. I'll give an example of what is happening right now. We have tried to use it in one of the communities, one of the clans that are practicing FGM recently. And these are the results. I'll not share numbers because we are still tracking to see how are the numbers after the cut. One, we've identified children at risk, worked closely with the children department and the police to take them to a rescue center. Big thanks to World Vision because they've been very great in having a center for the girls who have been rescued early. Then the second thing, that's why at the chini kabisa I've written, they need to invest in community-owned solutions. As we are going to the community, we assumed that all children who are at risk will be taken to a rescue center. Shock on us. Some parents are very comfortable having their children at home, but now you do close follow-up and the conversation being done on how can they protect their children. So some of them are just requesting, leave us with our children at home, but do close follow-up and have a conversation how we should ensure that our children are protected with us. It's not a must for you to take our children somewhere else to be protected, yet you have a responsibility as parents. So right now, we have children who have been identified and they are being taken care of and followed up at home with the different stakeholders. Then the multi-sectorial feedback. We are putting up meetings frequently to see which department, what are we doing, how can we work together, because you cannot leave anyone behind when you want this to come out. So I'll still echo, we need to invest in community-owned solutions because they have the solutions. It's only us to listen to them and see what will work best. One of their solutions will work very well. As I talk about the opportunities and replication, there's need to have community health system integration. One, we need to embed person-centered communication in the community health promoters module. So I've been requesting through the ministry that as they're doing the community health promoter sensitization, PCC should come out clearly and see how do we fight FGM in these communities that practice, but now through the community health promoters, and this is something they are taught during their trainings. Then to train CHPs, because they are the trusted first and responders. CHPs, a community member will trust a CHP and not you as the first person to do their referral context. So how can we use them to bring the conversation at the household level? And then we need to strengthen dialogue. When I talk about dialogue, I love the conversation. What is the targeted dialogues we're having? What is the communication? And I always request, can we have our communication, our information, we sieve our information. I'll give an example quickly. One time I was in a forum, somebody stood with a mic in the community and told us, you know, Korean women who undergo FGM do not go to school. And I was looking at myself. I'm schooled, I went to school, and I went to the cat. So what is this person telling me? Me, I can listen to it, but somebody else at the community will look at you differently. So we need to look at the information we give, how do we reframe them, not to make people become agitated more and try to prove a wrong point on you than get the information as it is. Then we need to embed on multi-sectoral collaboration, that's very critical, and see how the different sectors can work and understand it's not about a fight, but it's about changing a cultural norm. Then policy and programming, won't talk much about it, very important. So as I end, I had one more, I have a minute. So this is just how we are talking about multi-sectoral. I'll talk on one thing, monitoring and evaluation. Let us strengthen our monitoring and evaluation structures. Let's ensure that data does not go unreported, and raw data from the community can change a lot. Lastly, allow me just thank the key different partners and acknowledge the support they give. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate her like this. I hope you are taking questions in your notebook. I'll give you a chance to answer them. Kindly have a seat. the dais. And you can also have a glass of water as you wait the questions, yeah? Mr. David, karibu sana, let's appreciate boy child, oh yeah. Boy child engagement, oh yeah. Awesome, awesome. Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is David Mbugwa, and well, it's the other slide. My name is David Mbugwa, and I am the Communications and Impact Lead for a program called The Big Dream to End Child Marriage within World Vision. So, being a communications person, believe you me, this is the largest group I've ever spoken to. So, if you see me being tense, dropping bottles, just know this is a first for me. Still wrong slide. It's the other one, the other presentation. Okay, so all right. So I will not take much time. I'll speak about the Big Dream to End Child Marriage. The Big Dream to End Child Marriage is a program that aims to address the root causes of child marriage, and we are working in 7 counties. Number 1 is Turkana County, West Pokot, Baringo, Samburu, Marsabit, Narok, and Migori. So we started as a program called Kenya Big Dream, and our work was focusing primarily on ending FGM. But following our own learnings and looking at the issues, we realized that child marriage was actually the bigger issue apart from FGM. So we expanded our mandate so that we are able to address the other root causes that lead to child marriage apart from FGM. And in 2024 is when we changed to the Big Dream to End Child Marriage. And so we did a prevalence study of child marriage in the sites where we are working. And you can see, we call Kalapata, that is in Turkana, just how high child marriage was from our study. We had it at 47%. And of course, we had areas where it was not as high in Mara, that is according to the study that we did. I would skip that and move to the pillars, what we are addressing. Those are the counties. So we have 5 pillars which, according to our theory of change, will help us to reduce child marriage to below 10% in each of these sites. And number 1 is behavior change, which quite a number of my colleagues here are also doing. They are doing behavior change. So we are looking at families and communities, including girls and boys, demonstrating social norms and practices that are equitable to women and girls and supporting the ending of child marriage. The second pillar is on education access. Of course, we've spoken during this convening about education being a key pillar in ending harmful practices, and we are educating both the boys and the girls. And the reason why we are educating the boys is because these boys that we do not educate or who are not educated are the ones who will want to come and marry children because they feel they cannot go and approach girls who are already educated. Then we have the economic empowerment pillar, because we have found that majority of communities that practice child marriage, one of the reasons they do it is for economic gain. They want dowry, they are getting income from the dowry. So that's why we have economic empowerment for the families. Then we also have the water and sanitation access, the wash-related challenges that affect girls. We found areas that don't have water. It is the girl child who goes to fetch water. They are the ones who walk kilometers to go and fetch water. If a school does not have water, then girls are less likely to attend school if there is no water at school. Then we go to the issues of the menstrual hygiene facilities. So schools that don't have menstrual hygiene facilities, you find girls are not attending school. So we are building menstrual hygiene facilities in schools where we are working with. We are also providing dignity kits to girls, and we are providing them to sustain them for the entire calendar year. as we continue working with government so that we see how this is going to be sustained, because our program is 5 years. We are running from 2025 to 2030. So how it's going to be sustained post-2030. Then the last one is on systems strengthening. And that's why we are working with government, with DCS, just ensuring that we are strengthening child protection systems. And well, those are just numbers in terms of targets and achievements. So luckily the alarm has not run out on me. So I am usually short, simple, and precise. So thank you very much.
Short and sweet. Sindio? Wow, he has saved us a whole 3 minutes.
My colleague, who will now go into the details, will eat those 3 minutes.
Sharing is caring. Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. David. Thank you so much for representing the men. Welcome Miss Mercy, Madam Mercy from World Vision again. And she has a team and she has items that she will display. You can see from back there. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate her like this. Karibu, karibu.
Thank you so much. My name is Mercy Cheruto from Big Dream, West Pokot. David, my colleague, has gone through the program, how it is structured. I'll just be specific to the reason why we are here in this convention, which is to prevent and respond to harmful practices affecting children. And one of it is FGM, and is being addressed by World Vision in West Pokot and Baringo in the community of Pokot. Yeah, now with me, I have 2 women who are reformed circumcisers. They used to undertake the cut to be able to make money to sustain their families. But due to our interventions, they have been able to put down their tools, and they are now champions of child protection. Before, in the Pokot community, FGM was regarded as a rite of passage and a road to marriage. Before you're married, you have to undergo the cut. But since we came in to do awareness and create some sensitization in the community, we have realized a change in the mindset, and we could not achieve that, but we employed some different models that we've been using in World Vision, like community change dialogues. We also have empowered worldview, it's a model. We have positive parenting, and also child rights and child protection. We also have engaged our women in what we call saving for transformation. David has touched on the pillars, which is access to education, behavior change, economic empowerment, child protection, and WASH. So where these particular women fall under is the behavior change and community engagement, which is our second pillar. At the same time, we also have the economic empowerment, which is our third pillar, because what they used to do was for them to get money, and now we have shifted their minds to be able to make money in another different positive way. With me, I have Chepko Longelech, the lady in red. She has been able to she was practicing cutting of girls for a long time, and since she underwent community change dialogues, she was able to acknowledge that she was doing wrong, and she brought her tools, and we enrolled her in the Empowered Worldview and Savings for Transformation. With her also we have Cheposite, who is also from Tiati. The same was able to be realized with them. So I would like to probably show you the items that we came with that clearly illustrates the effects of FGM. So with me here, we have a dummy that looks like the female genital organs, And this girl here has undergone FGM. And in the Pokot community, they practice the type 3 of FGM, whereby we cut the clitoris, we cut the labia, and we cut the minor. So this girl, and after that, after they've cut everything, they're told to put their legs together so that it heals when it is sealed. It looks like a serious wound. The only opening that is remaining is a small hole that will pass urine and maybe the menstrual periods. Now for this girl, she underwent FGM, and it has now come to time for giving birth. You could tell from this that we already have blood that is already pouring. So the baby is struggling to come out. The head is pushing, but the rod is so narrow. So it causes a lot of tears from the upper side and the lower side. So this is where we see now the effects of FGM. And probably this girl will get a lot of infections and probably get fistula and other kind of related causes of FGM. Here we have the knives that the women surrendered, that they used to undertake the FGM. And when you look at this particular knife, it has a number 47, which indicates that it was used to cut 47 girls. We have one that is that has the highest. This small one, as small as it looks, it has cut 601 girls. So with us, we have some ceremonious attires for the women when they are undertaking the cut. They put on this just to, it's like a ceremony. So they have that to, they put it on during the cut. And you could ask yourself what the horn is doing here. So for the horn, I've just told you that after the girl is healed, the opening is very small. And now this girl was being prepared for marriage, right? Now the girl has been taken to the husband, and they need to behave like husband and wife and have children. But now the place or where the husband is not able to penetrate. So they bring women, they put the girl in the house, and they use this horn to open up that hole once again, so that the husband is able to go through and they make babies. So that is the work of this horn. Yeah. And after all this, our women now, after we've taken them through all the trainings, all the sensitization and the creation of awareness, and also the trainings and supporting them, they have now moved to make a legit way of sustaining their families. They're now selling honey to be able to make a livelihood, to take care of their families and be able to take their children to school. Yeah, so that is basically what we came to showcase, the effects of FGM, and to ensure that we now protect our children. Our women are our champions. They move from village to sensitize other women. And they are not the only ones. They are just representing a big number of women who have downed their tools. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate the women for the change. Mercy for the presentation. Thank you so much. They have a tent out here. If you have not been able to see from back there, kindly pass by so that you are able to get the same explanation. And also even buy some honey. Amaje? Yeah, support them so that we don't have kurudi nyuma. Sindio? Sure. Thank you so much. I hope you are having questions on your notebook. I'm expecting questions. Mr. Emmanuel over there will assist me. Maybe you can raise your hand. He'll come round picking those questions so that we can have a Q&A in a few. Next, we have strategy for Northern Kenyan development. Strategy for Kenyan Northern Development. Are you here? Once. They had saved me a minute. I don't want to waste it. So if you are not here, are you here? Yes, yes, kindly. Kindly get up there, say your name, tell us what you're doing, and only use 7 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is John Kosge from SND. SND stands for Strategies for Northern Development. And I'm the project manager, but also a protection focal person. So SND, we cut across the 3 counties, but we measure in Marsabit, Isiolo, and Samburu counties. We focus on peace, building and governance, livelihood, WASH, climatic justice and resilience, health and nutrition, gender protection and inclusion, and localization. So for us, we were looking at harmful traditional practices, which is child marriages and FGM. FGM is very rampant in Marsabit County, and it's a vicious circle. When a child undergoes FGM, she's being groomed for marriage. And at the age of 9 years, that 9 to 13 years, that is when a child undergoes FGM, then she's married off. So it's a vicious circle, because when a child is married at an early age, she becomes a mother. And at this age, when she's not yet mature and she's not prepared enough to become a parent. So for us, we look at how do we best approach this menace. Because now we realize for Marsabit, we worked until Moyale. Moyale is a porous border. That is Moyale, Kenya, Moyale, Ethiopia. And we realize the FGM is being practiced on a cross-border angle. That is where we have the cross-border FGM. So why is it so difficult for us to tackle, or what are the approaches we've been using? For FGM and child marriages, we realized it runs down. It's like a generational dip, because for the counties that we serve, it intersects between culture, religion, and social norms. But now we've been trying to change the social norms from what was initially being practiced to currently what now the community needs to adopt. Also for nomadic lifestyles, that is what has made us also look at different approaches on how we can be able to curb this menace. Because these are pastoralist communities, and they move from one place to another in search of pasture. Also, we have the harsh climatic and high poverty indexes. So for the families, they use the negative coping mechanisms, such as marrying off the children at an early age so that they can be able to offset, or they can be able to ensure that they have less mouths to feed in the family. And also, on the other hand, we look at the deep religion and also the maslaha. Within the communities that we serve, it's very hard for such cases to reach the court. So the elders and the wazes will sit under a tree and make determination, which mostly it's not in the favor of the children. Most of the time it's the parent and maybe the wazes themselves through the maslaha system, which they'll be able to ensure that the perpetrator is not held accountable. So what have been the approaches that we've been using that have been working? We have had several community-based interventions, such as the awareness creation within communities, where we have different dialogue sessions and awareness creation. This one has helped us enlighten the community to ensure that they are able to adopt different the alternative social norms. Also, we have alternative rites of passages, where over the holidays, such as now, we normally have the children's camp. Here, last year, we had around 120 children who, instead of going through the CAT, we were able to do a training for them over the school holidays, and they were able to be transformed, and they were able to use other alternative means of transitioning from girls to adulthood. Also, for the context that we work, it's cross-border. So for us, we do cross-border coordination and referrals. Here we have what we normally call the cross-border child protection working groups, where we have members both from the Kenyan side and Ethiopian side. That is both the judiciary, the law enforcers, and also the Ngaos and all the CSOs within the Kenyan side and the Ethiopian side, who normally sit on quarterly basis, and they will share the best practices. And now, when the perpetrator, let's say from the Kenyan side, or commits an offense and takes refuge from the Ethiopian side, we can be able to liaise with the social workers or even the communities from the Ethiopian side, and they can be able to apprehend the perpetrator. Also, we have the school-based protection and empowerment, where we have the child right clubs within the schools. This one is where we are able, just like when our children are very young, we are able to take them to Sunday schools. For the Muslim brothers, they go to madrasa. So for the schools, we created the child right clubs, where the children at an early age, they can be able to be taught on how they can be able to take care of themselves and their rights. In fact, I'm so excited. We have one of our club patrons with us here from Moyale, which one of her school, it's called Harosa. Since we established the child right clubs within the Moyale context, none of her children has dropped out because of child marriage, which used to be so rampant in the past. Also, we've been distributing the dignity kits within schools to reduce the school absenteeism. This was informed by the fact that we realized the girls normally do not attend school the entire term because of menstrual hygiene. So, and sometimes they could be lured by the border guys, and they could be able to be given the sex in exchange of the sanitary pads. That's when we came up with a program where we were able to distribute the dignity kit. Also, we had a robust research that we did on a cross-border angle on why FGM and child trafficking is very rampant. This one has informed our database and how we are going to work differently from the past. Equally, we have economic empowerment and livelihood support to these guardians. These guardians, we realize it's not their wish for them to have this many children, or they're not able to feed these children. So we give them holistic support. Apart from their awareness creation, we were able to do income generating activities, such as the beehive keeping as well, or even the shade nets, where we provide them the shade nets and they can be able to grow crops, and they can be able to sell and be able to fend for their families. Others even do the livestock reselling. 1 minute. So when they do the restocking, they can be able to get even the nutritional value, and they can be able to fend for their families. And also we look at the multi-sectorial collaboration. These are the governments, both from the Kenyan side and Ethiopia. This has assisted us so much to curb all the problems in terms of protection between the Kenya and Ethiopian side. And advocacy and media engagement. We normally do the radio talk shows within Marsabit, and we in local dialogues. This way we can be able to reach different communities, and they can be able to be enlightened. And lastly, we also do the food distribution, cash transfer, and also water tracking. This one has assisted us also to reach so many households, and the children are able to be kept safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can make a good rapper. I'm sorry for the rush. It has to be standard for all. Let's appreciate her. She has really done a good job. Next we have Isiolo Women Against Gender Violence. Isiolo Women Against Gender Violence. Let's welcome. I see the title is Isiolo Women, but I see a gentleman. Wow. Representation, yeah? Yeah. Thank you, boy child, for representing. Karibu sana. Tell us your name. Take only 7 minutes.
Okay, my name's Kelvin Mutweri Nelson. Apparently, I'm coming from Isiolo, but as everyone can see, I'm a guy, but at the end of the day, I have to represent Isiolo women. I was Isiolo women. Okay, let me just relax a little bit because I'm not used to this. I'm the finance manager. So I'm no good with crowds, too much. Numbers and crowds don't go hand in hand. Huh? Now, but let me try and focus. So, I'm representing Isiolo women against sexual and gender violence. which is a CBO located in Isiolo. Our program coordinator, who is Alice Karokimboi. She is not in a good position to attend to this event, but I said I'll come through because everybody needs an exposure, right? That's why we are here. So I'll skip the good afternoon bit because now our organization coordinator, Alice Karokimboi, is a community nurse as well as a holder of Amashi and Upjohn the Nurse of the Year Award and many more awards in Isiolo County. That is introduction, and I bet it is done. I'm now presenting the definition of the problem within the Leparua community in Isiolo County. All you should know about the Leparua community is that it's a pastoralist community in Isiolo County, and as such, tends to be very difficult to break them down. So, definition of the problem, gender-based violence. FGM, this is the leading cause of early marriages, school dropouts, teen pregnancies, and domestic violence. FGM is a challenge to beat, and we have made it our mission to manage and control it with the sole goal of eliminating it. Initially at Leparua community, we found a staggering 99% rate of school dropout cases, and curbing it needed overtime working together with the community stakeholders to change it. So the persistence and continued inclination of some communities practicing FGM threatened and proved to be a threat to young girls and women, enhancing negative growth in women empowerment and basic human rights. Finding sustainable solutions and ways to change the perception of girls and women as a lesser being in some communities continue to call for proper guidance and innovations relentlessly. I'll try and go easy, okay? I'm a little bit too fast, right? I'm tensed. Wow, the working interventions. What are the working interventions? Community entry and activities through the formation of different community groups and formation of also school mentorship program, including mother-daughter program. These groups are FGM cutters, men and FGM, survivor group, and elderly, cultural, and religious men to help in elimination of harmful cultural malpractices and beliefs to end GBV in girls and women Leparua location, Isiolo County. Cooperation with administration personnel, including area chief and Nyumba Kumi, as well as working closely with personnel from gender office and chair GAC Isiolo, which is a gender advisory committee. Presence of social media has also highlighted our work and created awareness among Isiolo community and other community working groups. And another thing, development of reporting tools. It has not only is the collection and reporting of community work progress, but also enhanced better communication between grantors office and the organization, as well as improve feedback. We also have a program for film production. It gives the organization a point of reference, laying out with clarity the beginnings with the community, how far we have come and where we intend to head as an organization, helping with evaluation with respect to every step of the journey. In the process, who is engaged or who was engaged? The office was engaged in planning, activity development, budgeting, and selecting responsible groups for the reach out. The reason as to why I'm about to mention TGGLM, it's because we worked with them in the process of capacity building, which was done efficiently, effectively, and successfully thanks to them. And also existing community structures going to do the strengthening of the existing group practices and address the harmful practices with an aim of eliminating them. This includes the same group we had mentioned, because men groups, we have survivor groups, cultural elders and religious leaders groups, as well as the cutters group. So we tend to have 4 groups. And the reason we have these 4 groups is the process that we use the medical approach because of the rejection that happens when you attempt to go to Leparua, because so many get rejected on the first instance. So what you do, we opted to approach it from medical point of view, basically because at the end of the day, the program coordinator is the community nurse. Okay? I hope you're together. I'm a little bit too fast, though. I know. I'm tensed. Don't worry. So, the cutters, they help us. We train them. We mentor them. We mentor also the cultural elders and religious leaders. We also do the same to the, which is the other group I mentioned? The men and FGM. And another one? Yes, we have 4. You mentor them, and then you use them to penetrate or to help you manage to send the information that you need. And it was actually very successful for the record. I have seen a lot of data. Everybody has a lot of data. I don't have so many data. Mine are a little bit of numbers, okay? So major achievements were successful community entry. Why do I say so? Initially, we were rejected as they do not entertain the visitor coming to break their culture. But we went back to the drawing board and came back with a medical approach, and they accepted. Capacity building on 4 targeted areas surpassed expectations, hence community extending their request for us to train the other 4 remaining villages in the importance of combating FGM. Creation, formation, registration of different community working groups in the quest of FGM elimination. This was a very, very important step, because what we do, when you go there and you get to make these groups, you ensure they create a group that is registered. This helps us in sustaining the changes or the information that we bring, because they'll be left as part of the community. They are the ones that are present, even when we leave. So they'll be sending the information. They'll be the ones championing on the ground, in their very own community. Delegating this makes them feel part of the process, makes them feel like they're part of the movement that you are bringing, and it makes it really, really easy a little bit. Makes it a little bit easy, okay? So there is also networking and creation of awareness through radio show talks and community participation. Live coverages influence the spread and sensitization to not only Leparua, but also other communities. There was film production evidence their willingness on how far they want and intend to go forward as a community. Lastly, we also have policy. So I think I'll just mention the last bit of it. Available opportunities is the PLWD. They are not only marginalized, because you have PLWD, these are pastoralist community, and they tend to really stigmatize them, people living with disabilities, okay? And we also have survivors who need to be supported financially, or seed capital thing, and then to happen. It's all right. I think that one has ended. I had rehearsed, and still time has beat me, so it's not
you
my
even
fault.
tried to rap. Let's appreciate him. We shall ask you questions. Just have a seat right there. I want you to stand up and breathe a bit. I have 4 more presentations. 4 more presentations. 4 more presentations. Stand up, stand up. Say hi to your neighbor. Hi, neighbor. How are you? Are you learning? You can even breathe in and out. Breathe in, out. You can stretch. Now for the coming presenters, now this is your audience, yeah? They are thinking about lunch. So if you come to rap faster. If you come to give points, go straight to the point. We want solutions. We want something that we can replicate. Have a seat. I have 2 ladies coming next. Actually 3, and then I have a documentary. All right? So one is quite good. It's a visual. You will learn something from a video. Next, I have Kralaf on social media engagement. Miss Magdalene Kasuku, karibu, karibu, karibu. Let's appreciate her now as she comes. Mvua, 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 mvua. Let's be inclusive. Let's be inclusive. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. Karibu sana. As she takes the dais. The next, after her, we shall have Miss Magdalene again with... okay. Proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so you're welcome. I'm presenting on behalf of my ED. I work with an organization called Child Rights Advocacy and Legal Aid Foundation. And while there, we actually focus on justice for children, which is very key for us. We are a registered legal aid organization that provides free legal assistance to children who are abused, those in conflict with the law, and also those who are in need of care and protection. Our main mission is really to reduce social injustices and eradicate harmful cultural practices by promoting child rights and safeguarding family strengthening and awareness creation. So how do we really do it? Focusing on our key issues here: acceleration, action to end harmful practices that affects children in Kenya. For us, our key focus is on FGM and child marriage, and we've realized that these two are real big harmful practices that continue happening. And just looking at the data that we have in Kenya, you'll see that FGM stroke cutting, the prevalence among women aged between 15 to 49 has declined by 60%. That is from the 38% that was there in 1998 up to currently at 15%. So this is good news for us. But then the question is, FGM still continues. Then child marriage is also a big challenge. The impact on over 23% of the girls. Initially it was at 18, but now it has really gone down. The numbers are giving us hope, but when you look at things on the ground, a lot of work needs to be done. So basically, what is the problem? The rapid rise of digital platform has transformed how children interact, learn, and also socialize, offering opportunities, but also exposing them to risks. So despite these sustained global, regional, and national interventions that have been aimed at eradicating FGM, the cut and child marriage, these harmful practices, continue on affecting millions of girls and young women. So their persistence and has caused the complexity of cultural, social, and also economical factors that continue to sustain them. So for us as CLARUP, we are coming up with what can we do differently? And we've seen a great opportunity in using social media. Nowadays, every day, you'll find everyone on social media. So we are using this as a space that we feel is safe. It's a space that can enable us to talk about these harmful practices, and we are seeing it as a pointer to help us accelerate, but also give the right content. So what we are currently doing is that we are working with over 70 social media actors and social media influencers. And one of the biggest things we continue doing is enhance their capacity. We know they have the platform, we know they have the space to be able to talk about so many issues, but we've tried to ensure that we streamline issues of justice for children, issues of harmful practices, so that these bloggers, the social media content creators, can also have, adequate information that they can share outside there, so that a lot of information can go out, especially on how best we can use Facebook, the X space, TikTok, and Instagram to be those powerful tools for advocacy. So for us, we are not just using them for dissemination. We've realized that when you're talking about harmful practices, it's not so easy to bring the cultural leaders to talk about them. Sometimes the cultural leader finds themselves in this world where they are going to be called, like they are going against the culture, going against the religion that is there. So we've realized that using these bloggers, it's giving us an opportunity as an organization to be able to talk about the issues that cannot be talked about in a very free way, because most of these bloggers don't necessarily come from the areas that we are saying are adversely affected by the harmful practices. But we've seen that there are so many people who follow these bloggers, who follow these influencers, and we are saying, can we change the narrative and ensure that when you go to TikTok, we can get data, we can get statistics, we can get the latest, issues about harmful practices, especially about FGM, about, child marriage, so that together, once that information has gone public, it will no longer remain in the villages. It will not remain in our offices. It will be public information that people will start discussing, talking about, and trying to see what we can do. So the opportunities for us in doing this and replicating this so that we can actually scale it up so that it can be bigger. What you are doing currently as an organization, we are doing digital campaign expansions, youth digital ambassadors being trained so that more young people can also be part of this conversation. We are also doing partnership with tech platforms so that even the tech people can be able to ensure that what is trending, the hashtags and everything that we are able to see, popping in our social media can also be something that can help us prevent these harmful practices. We are also working on cross-border digital campaigns. As you've heard from our previous presenters, there is a big issue there. So there is need for more campaigns, and we believe that using the social media, we can be able to reach even the cross-border people. Then there is need also for integration with government programs. I am happy that already we are all in this space together, and so it's just for all of us to share the right information and be able to give what the community needs to know, especially in helping us accelerate, preventing, but at the same time, helping us all together to see how we can reduce, if not, how we can actually stop the harmful practices. We are also focusing on community-driven digital storytelling. We believe that these stories can be told through the bloggers so that more and more people can actually join us. So I would want all of you to be bloggers differently. Let's go on TikTok and talk about harmful practices and give as much information as possible. Thank you.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a very good one. Let's appreciate her. I really appreciate, I wish we had received the TikTok accounts, the Facebook, where to find this information, who you are using as these bloggers. It would be so good. I have a surprise for you. Are you ready? The hotel has asked you to go for lunch. Someone say, hooray! All right, so we are going to have a continuation of this session. Mr. Abdi is coming up. You have to listen to that one. We have a documentary. So come back at 2:15. Is that okay? Is the time okay? So let's have a word of prayer by a gentleman from here. Oh, but before he prays, do you have your meal card? Confirm. If you don't have, kindly hold so that we find out how you missed one.
Well, let us pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we come unto you this afternoon. We thank you for the amazing day that we're having and this wonderful convening whereby we are coming to discuss different issues that are affecting our children and the communities that we come from. As we go to partake our lunch, may you make it delicious and also healthy into our bodies. We pray this believing and trusting in Jesus' name.
Same time as yesterday. Have a good one.
Good afternoon. I know you've just had some lunch and you are energized, but even as we go through that, I believe we'll be able to look at what we have in our sessions here and try to catch up. So, and I'm supposed to have 3 panelists. Jan, or is it Jan? Ja. Christine. And so we have one more person. Let me just get the name. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we have Gia Yan and Naitore Gituma from Save the Children, and then Christine Munyao. Because we are working against time, you'll allow me to be very brief in introducing this session, and then for the people participating on the panel, you'll allow me to be a little strict and manage time so that we can also give opportunity and time for the rest. I'm Dr. Rosalind Olumbe. I work and teach at Daystar University, a place I've been for the last almost 21 years. I head the Institute of Child Development, and we run programs in Child Development Masters, and just about to launch our PhD. You are welcome as we do that. But to go to the session that I'm going to moderate for us now, it's for us to reflect through. We're already discussing about harmful practices, and I think as we can see, we are already aware that children, even in the communities that we live in or in their safe homes, they are challenged or they are faced with these harmful practices. And I want us to try and reimagine now. So what about a child who has come from an armed conflict background, or who is a refugee, or who is in a place that is not home, and yet they are still subjected to that problem? What are the issues this child is dealing with? Is it more complex? Is it something we can handle and resolve? Are there solutions to that? And so to help us sort of look at these questions and try to bring the point home, we have our 3 panelists who will introduce themselves and what they do, but also they'll help us to be in a position to understand what are the issues that they are dealing with, and what are those innovative practices that they have, and how can we borrow from that. So karibuni to this panel. And so karibu, I'd like to give each one of you just 1 minute to introduce yourself and tell us who you are, which organization you work with, and what you do in 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jia. I work for UNHCR Kenyan Country Office. UNHCR stands for United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, which is the United Nations agency working for refugees. And I want to maybe see how many of you guys have ever worked with refugees. May I have a hand? Okay, not too many. So maybe I will just give you a brief idea of what is a refugee. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Munyao. I work for HIAS Kenya as the BID specialist. BID is Best Interest Determination and also the Child Protection Focal Person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon once again. Naitore Gituma is my name. I work at Save the Children as the Child Protection and Child Rights Governance Technical Specialist. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we know them. Let's try and get a little into the depths of the work they do, and they'll be sharing with us. And I'll be starting with Gian from UNHCR, as she has told us. And I'm going to ask you a question, and I'll give you just about 5 minutes. It's 3 questions in one, but I'm sure you'll handle it very well. And maybe what I would like to find out is, based on your work, one from the region and in the country, that's our country, Kenya, how do harmful practices manifest in refugee centers and displacement settings? How do we see harmful practices? So that's the first part of my question. Then 2, which approaches from where you sit and your work, which approaches have been most effective in prevention and response? You have 5 minutes starting now.
Thank you. Okay, I have only 5 minutes, so let me continue with my introduction of a refugee. So I want to make it very brief. So just give you the idea, like people who fled from their home country because of conflicts, because of persecution or wars, and then they come to cross the international border to seek safety in another country. And those people could be refugees, or when they come, when they don't have the refugee status, they are considered as asylum seeker. And so under our mandate, we support refugees, asylum seekers, state-led people, and internal displaced persons, and also returnees. And as to your question about harmful practices in the refugee context of affecting children, so in Kenya, we have around 870,000 refugees in total, and including refugees of around 400,000 in Dadaab, and around 350,000 in Kakuma, and maybe 120,000 in Nairobi and urban settings. And so the child protection issues, I think maybe I want to talk about from different operations, including the experiences from other countries as well. So we can see very clear patterns on the harmful practices affecting children. So firstly, and the most visible one, is the child and forced marriage. And also this, as we talk about, it's obvious that people, when they flee from their home country, they have nothing with them. And you can see they are very traumatized and poor, and they cut off from their traditional and basic support. So the harmful practices often get worsened and used as a negative coping mechanism. So the family want to marry off the daughters to get to have fewer mouths to feed, and to get the bribe price. And so apart from the traditional custom, the child marriage in this context become like a survival strategy. And also we face challenges dealing with child marriage, is because they don't have documents. When they flee the home country, they don't have documents with them, so it's very difficult to verify their age. And secondly is also the FGM. So sometimes we see the displacement can kind of interrupt those traditional practices. However, but sometimes you can also see when they come to the home country, the refugee communities, they even cling tighter to these traditional practices because it's a way to keep their identity. So the host country environment is very crucial. But the good thing is, for example, in Kenya, we have a stronger law and many awareness-raising programs, especially in Nairobi, so which provide them a protective alternative, especially for family from the high prevalence countries. And thirdly, we also see child labor. So when livelihoods collapse, children work. And last year we did a survey, and we engaged children from Nairobi, Nakuru, and Mombasa. We asked children about the activities they engage in to support the family financially. And many of them, they mentioned that they work, they hawk goods on streets, they do farm labor, or even work as house helpers. So
maybe in the interest of time, because you have 1 minute, if you can now tell us, so what has worked to be able to support them, because we hear child marriage, child labor, FGM. Would you help us to tell which approaches have been effective in supporting them, prevention and response?
Okay, so from the experience in different operations, we can see the effective strategies, usually they are integrated, community-owned, and also intersectoral. So for example, because I work for community-based protection, and it's one of our core work, and we believe the empowerment of communities should come from within the community themselves, and it's more sustainable for empowering and working with refugees. So we work with community leaders, refugee-led organizations, and also women and youth groups, and most importantly, engaging the the faith and traditional leaders as a primary agent of change. And also, we amplify the voices of community champions. Like we mentioned, for example, the fathers who reject to marry off the daughter, or the survivors who become the advocates. Secondly, I think it's very important. I want to mention the inclusion of refugee children in the national system, which is how we work with Kenyan government, especially the Department of Children Services. This partnership works in different levels. We highly rely on the government to provide support to refugee children, especially in our urban settings. For example, in grassroots level, we work with the sub-county children's officer and the chiefs to identify and do the case management. And the national level, we also have officers from State Department to join our national level technical working group. And we have joint case conferences and also the best interest determination panels. Except for the State Department for Children's Services, we also work with Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health to make sure the inclusion of refugee children in the education and health system. And maybe lastly, it's very important to have the practical and the cross-sectoral actions. So we really want to link child protection team with GBV, with education, with livelihood and health. Because we don't want to work with silo, because all those solutions should be joint efforts together.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate. Let's applaud her for that. And we pick issues of collaboration and being able to support them in that way. Maybe we'll come to you just for the final word, but I want to get to Naitore. And if you can share with us from the perspective of Save the Children, and basically from where you sit, Naitore, from your work in emergencies, and we have known Save the Children to do a lot of work because you are saving that child in the emergencies. What are the strengths or weaknesses or in child protection? What strengthens, what weakens child protection, especially in a humanitarian section? So we'll be looking at the promoters and the inhibitors, if you could speak to that. But secondly, just to add to that piece, would you help us to see how can harmful practices be addressed proactively? So I think if you pick it, we are looking at what strengthens and what weakens, but also can you help us to see how these harmful practices can actually be addressed proactively? And you have 5 minutes starting now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's interesting that you would say that. As you can see, we do whatever it takes to save children, which is part of this as well. So yes, again, Naitore Save the Children. And it's a good thing that would come after UNHCR, because we work, majority of the spaces we work in are humanitarian spaces. We are in Isal regions and the refugee camps in Kenya, which is Kakuma, Kalobey, and Dadaab, and basically being major players around child protection. So yes, to your question, in regards to what challenge, before I go to the challenges, your initial question was strength in protection in emergencies. Now, when I got the communication that you will speak about this, I looked at the angle of what's the key word here. Emergencies, humanitarian. That should already bring out a few aspects like short-term funding, crisis, protracted displacement. In Kakuma, for example, are they of around 24 or something nationalities? That already tells you complexity. So from the onset, how to strengthen it, I wish I would have started with the challenges first, but to be highlighted somewhere else. There needs to be strong coordination, right? How do you strengthen protection in emergencies? Everybody is doing everything everywhere, including the session on Esther. I was telling her there's a question that was really burning. Every time there's a project intervention, there's research being done, there's an assessment being done, there's a baseline. But where is the collation of all that information to speak the same language? Coordination needs to be there. We are in spaces. We're in those spaces. If I was to do a loose census right now and ask how many of us are in the refugee settings, majority of us are there. But unless we are in a consortium or we are funded by the same person, the likelihood of us having similar information is very, very low. So having active child protection responsibilities, which cascades it down to using local mechanisms. Now, one of the things I'm happy about is localization is beginning to take shape. I've been in the space for a while, and I can tell you the localization agenda conversation started almost over 10 years ago. But we are getting there. We're getting there because you can even see the donor conversations. The way we are shaping programs is you have to have local mechanisms, coordination again. Because remember I said humanitarian and short term, there's going to be a withdrawal point, but have you left the communities more vulnerable? Yes, you have, if you don't work with local structures. So community-based protection mechanisms, having, and one very proactive approach that can be used is having children offices within the camps. That's not there. You know, so this is a challenge also to governments who, besides having offices, because then how the camp setting is structured is movement is limited, right? So how do we make the coordination connection of having government respond to these needs within the camp setting?
You need to be going to your weaknesses. You have 2 minutes.
I need to go to the weaknesses. Oh my goodness. So, wow. Should have started with the weaknesses, then give the solutions. So weaknesses is there's, of course, I was giving answers, but there's already no coordination. First place, number one. Number two, hoarding of information. And what do I mean? We have resources as organizations, but we keep them close to our chest. I don't know why. I think it's the culture of how civil society goes. Yeah. The third challenge really in these humanitarian spaces is the short-term funding, because of the refugee and the protracted crisis and how these settings are. You would hardly find long-term funding around that. So there's limited. There's also the target group themselves don't know their rights. Yeah. Rarely have I had, and because of how it's structured in campaign settings, access to justice. They don't know their rights. They don't know their legal rights within those settings. That's already one challenge, because then exploitation and child abuse is there. Cultural barriers. My colleague just mentioned some of the challenges. There's one that is very rife right now, especially in Kakuma. It's called blood revenge. So you have spaces where some communities cannot be put together because their countries of origin, they're already in conflict. So they come and you're put in different spaces. But now because a kin and a family member has passed on in that space, they take a child and use, because you're from that clan, we will have to do blood revenge. So culture is still entrenched, and it makes it worse because we come with our own cultures from our different spaces, and yet we're supposed to be coordinated and united. So there's also that challenge of cultural barriers and practices like, because there's an angle of also climate change, child labor, sexual exploitation of the child, weak systems to enforce, underfunding. The challenges outweigh the good, but we still do what we have to do. Yeah. Okay, so
proactive response to those challenges.
Yes.
1 minute.
There's something called social behavior change. And I know I can see some of my former colleagues who used to tell me, you like using that word a lot, non-threatening entry points. You just don't, boom, come and say, this is what the law says. The law is very clear. You understand? So implementing social behavior changes slowly by slowly. And attitude and cultural and shifts of cultures is a slow process. But ensuring that you use sensitive messaging that will slowly turn them around. Economic and social support. Poverty sticks out there. Why? This is an emergency, it's protracted. So one of the ways that we are proactively doing is cash and voucher assistance to help with coping mechanisms. Livelihood programs, which also are incorporated to make sure some aspects, like for example, the adolescents who are out of school, using motivations around making them still stay in school, and livelihood support. Another, which is very strong, and I was happy when I had somebody saying policy for budgeting for the child. Again, strengthening systems by making sure that they are already been allocated for, whether it's by the county integrated development plans or the national fiscal budget, to make sure that they have been accounted for. Child participation.
Thank you.
Involving the child, for the child, by the child, with the child.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwake. And I think we pick the issues that are coming here, funding, hoarding resources, I think on the negatives that you are seeing there, no coordination. I think one of the things that struck me in terms of your intervention is the behavior change. And I think there's a lot that happens when behavior changes. And so I want us, and I hadn't told you this, if you have a question to any of these panelists, please write it down. We'll only deal with written down questions to save on our time, so that when the last presenter is done, we can get to your question and we'll be able to respond to that. But I hope we are picking up the issues that are happening within this context. Thank you very much. And we get to Christine, from your work within the urban refugee protection setting. And we'd like just to hear from you again in 5 minutes as you capture, so know how to structure your responses to this. And really, if there are issues that have been said over and over, I think when you pick it up, we'll be able to pick it out. And so your setting is different. It's not necessarily humanitarian and out there in a refugee camp, but you're dealing with children, would say maybe displaced within their own cities and their homes, right? And so what are some of the challenges that urban refugee children face, especially in reporting harmful practices? So think about that as your first pointer. What are some of those challenges that they face? But secondly, what models, and I think we really would like to hear this, what models show promising improvements in this area, especially in access to justice and coordinated response? I think what we've heard over, everyone is saying no coordination, no coordination. So we'd like to hear from you. Do you have a model, a practice that is showing this coordination? So if you can tell us, what are these issues you're observing in these children, but two, what are the working models in your context? And there you go in the next 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I forgot to mention we are UNHCR implementing partner, working in the urban with refugee children and asylum seekers. So I'll start with the first question. What are the challenges the urban refugees children face in reporting? One was mentioned by my colleague from Save the Children. The first one is lack of information about their rights. Remember, these children are coming from different countries, and the countries are practicing different things. So when they come into Kenya, they are still learning the new laws and about their rights still in the country of asylum. So some of them, they don't have information about their rights. So that is the first thing why they don't report. And then the second thing is stigma and also social exclusion. Some of them are afraid that if I report, I will not fit in the community where I stay. So some of them are afraid if they report, something may happen, they might be excluded from their social community. So the third thing is also normalizing the harmful cultural practices. Remember, we mentioned that in their country, for example, for refugees, most of the refugees that we deal with, they're from Congo, Somali, South Sudan. Most of them, they practice child marriage. And it's normal in their country, not to demonize their countries, but some of them, when you ask them, it's actually normal in their country. So when they come into Kenya, they don't understand why it's actually against, it's violation of their rights when you're telling them not to get married at 14. So it's normal at their country of origin. So when they come in the country of asylum, it's not a thing to report. And then the fourth thing is fear of authority. Remember, when they are fleeing from the country of origin, there's a bit of, maybe when they share their history of flight, their local authorities, their police officers. So when you tell them to go and report to a police officer, to them, a police officer is a threat. So some of them, they are afraid. So when you tell them to go and report to a local authority or a police officer, they have a sort of fear. And then the last thing on this point is lack of trust because of past experiences. Some of them, when they are fleeing from their country, they have so much experiences from their during flight, so they have a bit of trust to any adult. So it takes a bit of time for them to build trust in the country of asylum. And then the second question is a model that have shown promise in improving access to justice. The first thing my colleague mentioned, it's child protection case management. Remember, case management is not an intervention, but it's a process. And it involves so many organizations. If HIAS is not able to give this service to a child, it's able to refer to Save the Children, to UNHCR, to State Department of Children's Service. So case management is a coordinated sort of approach where we will be able to provide holistic support to a child. So that is one of the model. Then the second one is community-based protection, was mentioned by my colleague, Gia, that community, you start from the community. For your intervention to be safe, you have to start from the community. You have to engage the community actors as the first one. That is the government actors within the community, the chief area, the community committee members within the community. So the community-based protection really works. And then the last thing is the national child protection systems. Those are the hotlines. We have 116, a number probably a child can call anytime. And also this one will avoid a child to be, when you're calling this number, when you're telling a refugee to call 116, probably, I know they will not identify their names. No one will know that actually they call that number. So this will help a child to report anytime, and this number is 24/7, so they can report abuse, they can report harmful practice, they can report any violation of their rights anytime. And the last thing is combine cash and protection. She mentioned that some of these things happen because, like child labor, they will happen in the family because the family is not able to support themselves. Remember, they just come in the country. And in Kenya, probably you're trying to stabilize. They don't have formal education. Some of them are here, and the source of income is limited. And probably they have to put food on the table. So sometimes they involve the children. I'm not excusing that because, that is child labor. But that is what sometimes you find it's the number one cause of child labor and also the harmful cultural practice. Like, for example, I'll give a scenario of a South Sudanese. You know, for South Sudanese, they marry off their girls because of the bride price. So you see, most of the time they do it because of business. And you see, they are violating the rights of the child in the name of gaining something. So when you empower the community, when you empower the family, then you're able to eliminate that. And maybe I'll share the last thing. When in child protection case management, we have 4 domains. And the first domain is safe, schooled, health, and stable. Stable domain is the livelihood aspect. And when you empower a caregiver, that caregiver is able to take the child to school. That caregiver is able to afford medical for the children and also for the entire household. That caregiver also is able to protect the child because safe lies under positive parenting for the caregiver and also protecting the child from any violation of the rights. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just 20 seconds. Beyond. Good job. Let's give them a clap. Thank you very much. I think I want just to pick up one more now to you, Christine. You've talked about the community-based and how it works very well. And I'm thinking these are refugees who've come from so which community are you consulting? Their community, this new community. Which community? Sorry.
When I say community, remember the refugees live within the community. And for you to differentiate a refugee and a Kenyan, it's just the documentation. We don't have any difference between a refugee and a Kenyan. So for a Kenyan, they hold a national ID. But for a refugee, they hold a refugee ID or a proof of registration. So when they live together, actually, it's the same way as living in Nairobi, but I'm Kamba, but living with a Maasai in the same community. We are not practicing traditional, yeah.
Thank you, good. And so we see this, and I think they have really tried to highlight, and if you follow the story, you can see the same theme line. Are you seeing that theme line? And I want to see how we pick up and the aspect of coordination. Apparently, the first 2 have a challenge with coordination. Christine seems to have some good job with coordination that is working for her as a model. And so we just want to engage on that. But before I invite questions from the floor, we'd just like to hear from you in about 2 minutes. And so if there was something you needed to tell us and you didn't say, you can say it now. But this is the question I'd like you to respond to, all the 3 of us together. And so for the work you're doing to support, the refugees in this context, what you may call the cross-border, what is the single thing or improvement in coordination? What is that single improvement in the coordination of services? Because we said there was a problem with coordination. What is that thing that you think should be done to improve service delivery, but also to strengthen the protection of refugees and displaced children? So I'd like to hear that one thing, and I give you 2 minutes so you can say that one thing, and if there is what you had not told us, tell us in 2 minutes. Again, we come back to you, Gia.
Thank you. if it's only one thing, because I mentioned the inclusion of refugee children in the national system is one of our priority area. So I think if choose one thing to fix or to improve, I would say to make the law real at the front lines. I really love the law we have in Kenya. It's very beautiful because it says it protects every child within the Kenyan border, and which includes refugee children. I think this is laid as a very solid condition to work together. But in reality, in the front lines, we see the social workers, police officer, and health workers. It seems not to be clear to them. And we really need to have practical trainings or protocols for them to understand it is our role to support those refugee children. And they need to know who to call, where to report, and how to support them. And if this foundation is solid and strong, and then we really need to break down the walls between different services, like we mentioned, the coordination, especially among the different SMACT areas. For example, we see the girl at risk. She might experience child marriage, and then FGM, then child marriage, and also maybe intimate partner violence. So for those issues, for example, we see child marriage, and then the child protection officer might come to see her. But how about the poverty? The driver for this marriage in the household, it's maybe dealt by the livelihood team. And even the mother or her experience the GBV, it could be GBV specialists supporting. So how can we make sure we have a unified safety plan for this household, which is very important. And so maybe in the short is to train the front-end workers to include refugees and make all the services work together under one plan. And before I close, I also want to share something on behalf of a refugee kid, because I want to leave the simple truth with all of us. So protecting refugee children is not a short-term intervention. It's a long-term investment in peace and progress, and even contributing to the continent, the African region. Because I met a girl from Congo, and she told me that if she stays in Congo, she will experience child marriage, FGM, all those harmful practices might impact her. However, when she moved to Kenya, she was trained on child rights, and she was supported by the national child protection system. And now she knows it's not good and it's harmful to children to experience those harmful practices. And she wants to thank you for the government and all the practitioners here for the support. And he wants to go back to Congo and in the future to educate more girls, to fight for their rights, and to be an advocate for the harmful practices, to end the harmful practices.
Thank you very much. And I think I picked something here, training. And so from where I sit, welcome to Daystar and other spaces, training, so that we can have that coordination. But two, protection of refugees is not a short term, it is long term. How do we work on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Something that I forgot to mention, we also have safe spaces for children. We are running a safe space for children. When you run a safe space, children are able to express themselves, and you're able to pick a child who has been abused, a child who has gone through harmful practices, because harmful practice is abuse. So running safe spaces will help also cover these harmful practices. So one thing that I can mention is coordination and also collaboration. Remember, I said that we can't work in isolation. And this means that we have to work with the State Department of Children's Services, and I must applaud the State Department of Children's Service. She mentioned about including the refugee children in the National Child Protection System. This, we have really seen that in place for quite some time, and we have collaborated with them whenever we call them for any, including the BID panels. Maybe my colleague knows about the BID panel. Those are the best interest determination specifically for children going for other countries. They have always supported us because I mean, any child who is in the country is protected by the laws of the country. So the coordination and collaboration, and also working with the community-based organization and refugee-led organization, and also the NGO and state leading the entire process, that will help in supporting all the children, including refugee children. Be something to mention that in refugee world, we use separated and unaccompanied children is not used in Kenyans, but separated means they're in the country of asylum with a relative, and then unaccompanied child, they're in the country of asylum with they have no one that they are blood related. I don't know whether that makes sense. Yeah. English has disappeared.
Don't worry.
Yeah, but unaccompanied is a child who is in the country of asylum with no blood relative, and separated, they're in the country of asylum with a relative, either with a sister who is above 18, or a brother, or an auntie, or an uncle. I hope that's clear.
Thank you. Very well. We appreciate that. So she said we applaud SDCS. Can we give them an adididididididi? Can I hear it? Great. All right. Let's hear yours. Remember, we are talking about improving coordination and collaboration, right? Coordination and of the service delivery. So what can be done?
So, well, I had a PowerPoint that had 13 slides, so you can imagine what was in there. I've tried to respond in 4 points. So, and I've clustered my response into 4 parts, which will involve coordination, which will point to government, NGOs, and the community. So how do we enhance coordination? Is having a structure we use at Save the Children called community dialogue models. And that incorporates everybody. So it has the government structure in it, it has community in it, it has the recipients. And when you ask the question about which community, so in this case, because it's not urban, we are also involving host communities. Time and time again, we've heard of conflict between host communities and the refugees in the camps. Why? Because it feels like this segment of refugees is more empowered than host communities. Then there's acrimony. So when you have the community dialogue models that are community-led and community-owned, it brings adaptability, resilience, right? So back to the government now, in regards to coordination, the second point is using government structures. They're already there. And what you remember, one of the recommendations I gave is having the CPVs and government structures within the camps, which are not there. You find a lot of civil society in there, but not government. Government is in the offices. So coordination, there's a disconnect. To the third point, to my fellow colleagues in the NGO space, around coordination is making sure that we are proactive and not responsive. Remember the question that I've said on funding, we react, there's an emergency. Let's go, but we're not planning for it long term. So that's making sure that even in our messaging, in our packaging of information, are we looking at the refugee setups? The last one was for community, which is still coordination, is making sure that as we work with communities, we're empowering them wholly. Not as we integrate, we're integrating health, we're integrating WASH, we're integrating education, make sure that we are doing aspects around life skills, parenting skills, cash and livelihood support, social behaviors change, and one that is easily very forgotten, mental health and psychosocial support. These children come with a lot of traumas. Some have lost parents. The recent most affected context right now is something called differentiated assistance, where when that changed, parents left to their countries of origin and left the children alone in the camps.
I was about to say thank you, but then you ended on a very sad note. So we take the sorry, but say thank you for those 4 points. Very well done. Can we give a collective clap? But I'm going to help you appreciate this before we get your comments. I was taught this by teachers. So this group, you'll be saying 2, 2, 2. Did you get me right? Let's try that. Okay, I'll give you the tune. And this group, you'll be telling to whom to. To whom to. So to whom to, and here you'll be saying, to whom does it belong to? Are we together? So want to try. So all you'll be doing is to, right? So can you start? To whom to, to whom to, to whom to. To whom does it belong to? To whom does it belong to? You got the tune now, eh? So want to give them our applaud, okay, with some joy, with some energy. Can we start? And I shouldn't be louder than all of you. Let's start. To. Can you, did you take lunch? Hey, louder. Let's go. Gia, Christine, Naitoro, and to God. Thank you so much. So we appreciate them for the great work that they have done. And so are there any questions? Because I only have like 5 minutes. And if there are questions, we bring them here and they respond in a minute. Any question, raise your hand. And so there's usually two things. If there's no question, either they were very eloquent and clear and there's no question. But the other challenge is you had nothing. And so you can ask no question. So which one do we take, the first one or the second one? The second one. Thank you very much. We appreciate. Thank you. All right. I think a photo now, and then we go down.
Okay, so as they take their blessings and a photo, let's appreciate them again. A good one, a good one. If I don't see you do it, you're going to come do it by yourself. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much also for keeping time, Dr. Olumbe. So for the next one, it's another panel. Do you have a program? Did you get a program? Let me read for you so that we can also get ready. Thank you, thank you. We have Bishop Warari. We have Jennifer Kadure. We have Sophia. Are you there? Just, okay. Jennifer, raise your hand. Thank you. Bishop? Bado? Eunice? Wow. Yes, Eunice Kilundo. Is she there? Eunice Kilundo? She's not raising her hand. Yeah, okay. And Mr. Cosmas Carrera? Thank you. As we wait, you're there. Maybe now as the team comes, kindly just proceed to the dais. I'm sorry, we did not plan for an inclusive dais, but you'll be supported. Kindly assist. As we wait for the team to join you,
yes,
maybe you can answer one of the questions from the previous session.
Oh.
Yes.
I think I saw one question on Nyumbamboke. Nyumbamboke is a soft way of adoption of women who don't get children or they don't give birth to boys in the Korean community are allowed to marry another woman for the lineage of the community. So the question was, is it okay? And is it gender-based violence? Let me use it on my own perspective as a Korean. One, it is a cultural practice, but it becomes harmful when it's misused. Because marrying if it's an adult, it predisposes you to other harmful issues like HIV, AIDS, and the rest. But a question comes in when young girls are subjected to Nyumbamboke, or women who do not give consent are subjected to Nyumbamboke in the name of having the lineage continue.
Thank you so much. Yes. Before you start, there's also another question that was asked here, and I would want him to answer. Kindly answer. Or her.
Okay, thank you very much. The question was going, what was the response of men in the community regarding marrying uncircumcised women? Okay, for the Pokot community, since it's a norm, like what we heard about the fish that was being cut the head and being cooked without the head, the men have no issue in marrying uncircumcised women. At the moment, we have been enlightened through so many community awareness forums, and education also has come into play a role. And men are now finding it okay to marry uncircumcised women. But now there's a challenge again. A woman can be married uncircumcised, but once they get to their homes, there's this myths and misconceptions that are being carried around the community. You find that maybe the mother-in-law to that girl will say that you are not going to milk my cows because you're dirty. You are not going to cook for my husband and my children because you're dirty. And this sometimes makes us to fall back again to a woman now feeling, I cannot leave my husband and go back home. The only option is to get circumcised so that I'm eligible to cook for my husband and also milk the cows that I have. So in as much as that the men don't want to put it clear that they are not okay. They will take you in the way you are, but when you get home to the home where there's this cultural, the culture is so rooted, you find yourself falling back to going through the cut. And in other instances, you find that they might not tell you that they want to cut you until when you are going on labor, when you want to deliver your child. So when you're in pain, giving birth, that is the same time when circumcision is done on you. Yeah.
Wow. So as we think about that, this 9th session is about faith, culture, and community leadership in preventing and responding to harmful practices. Welcome, Madam Catherine.
Thank you so much. And I think you've already put the pace for us. Just listening to the great team from Pokot on matters of culture. So we are going to have a small conversation just to unpack more and listen in. Good to also listen to lived experiences of the key panelists in terms of how does faith, culture, and community leadership help in the topic we have here. So I'll quickly, because of time, think giving 5 minutes each for a start.
First of all, my name is
okay, so you can introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Sophia Kinyo-Wocha. I'm working as a community champion. I'm also a gender champion. Also, I'm working in a community as a child protection volunteer.
Thank you so much, Sophia. And good to hear the child protection volunteer. That will be very great. Please pass on the mic.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Cosmas Carrera. I work with the State Department for Children's Services. I work in Kajiado West, as a children's officer.
Thank you so much. Karibu, Cosmas.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Kadhure from Meru. I work as a champion CPV with the Children's Office, and also I work with the SOFCO as the champion against SGBV. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Sophia.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see all of you. My name is Eunice Kilundo. I'm a child protection practitioner. I've been implementing child protection projects over a span of more than 21 years. And so I have experientially interacted with child protection interventions, and I'm here to share my experiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've gone to the ground, and all of you can witness clearly. These are the team that is working on the ground, and now they're going to move away from the podium, and they're going to listen to ground, whatever happens and whatever interventions are working. We're expecting to have somebody from the religious. Apologies for him, he did not make it, but I know all of us can still pick and say something on it. I think I'll start with Cosmas. I know you work closely with children in Kajiado County. Which are some of the cultural beliefs you feel enable harmful cultural practice to continue? And we'll preferably look at the unique beliefs that we've never heard of, but they're very key to look at. Back to you.
Thank you, Kathleen. I think some of these beliefs, they are just the same everywhere. And generally, we talk of women. Women are supposed to be submissive. So it's a belief that, of course, perpetuate the harmful cultural practices. Then we talk of men superiority. Men superiority, they are supposed to only direct. They are not supposed to be questioned. At the same time, we talk of the religion. Yeah, we believe that whatever religious leaders tells us is the truth, and nobody should question. At the same time, we talk of things like honor, respect. For you to be respected, you have to adhere to certain practices. For you to gain or to be given an opportunity in the community to lead or to talk, there are some aspects which you must, of course, adhere to and ensure that you have crossed those lines. I think.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing up the concept of power imbalance and negative male masculinity, a conversation that we really need to expound and hear more about. So maybe just a follow-up of what you've said. I know you mentioned on the religious leaders, whatever they say is final, but now we also have the cultural leaders in our communities. And maybe we'll just to open up briefly and tell us what more can cultural leaders do to protect children while preserving positive cultural identity. Remember, the still culture is there, and it's here with us to stay.
Thank you also. Cultural leaders, and especially from where I come from, the Maasai community, cultural leaders are more powerful even than the chiefs. We talk about the government. For us to do anything within the community, we must consult the cultural leaders. And many times we try also for them to help us in the interventions when we are fighting the harmful cultural practices. And many times that they are the ones who, of course, hold the book on what should happen within this community. And sometimes it's very hard for them even to retract and say, this should not happen. It takes a lot of time, and of course, within the community, you find it's very expansive. You go to like the Maasai community, they have so many sub-clans. And one clan cannot just wake up and say, we are stopping this. They must consult across, and even go to across the border. There are Maasai in the TZ, Tanzania. They must all come together and talk with one voice, which has been a challenge, moving all of them together. But of course, they play a big role. Like we have had so many declarations saying that FGM is no longer important, it should be stopped. And even sometimes even them proclaiming that it will be a curse if you practice it. But practicability of it sometimes becomes a challenge. And of course, whenever you speak it, whereas it's not written, it's like what they are practicing is already written. So there has been no rubber to the read.
Okay, thank you so much. Interesting to hear what you've said. We have declarations, but what follows after the declaration? Do you have everybody to rubber stamp and say, if you don't, this will happen and that will be kept so strictly? I think we should have food for thought and ask, the next time you're doing it, you need to follow up on the recent one that was done to rubber stamp and see what we can do. Thank you so much. You can pass over the mic to Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. It's just amazing to see a community champion. And your voice is very critical on matters of harmful cultural practices. And I know the impact you're causing at the community level cannot be measured by anything, but you have lived experiences. Maybe you can share with us from your work in the rural communities, what actions by faith, cultural, or community leaders have helped to reduce harmful practices affecting children in where you come from?
Thank you. As from what I can see and what I know from my community, just like Maasai, the men are very powerful, especially the Njurincheke elders. There is nothing which is done without consulting them. Like even the gang rape which has been done at our place, there are 2 consecutive cases of which one is not being seen, but we had to go and consult them so that we can organize and know what to do after that, because we cannot get the perpetrators, we cannot get the survivor, but the other one, the perpetrators have been arrested, and the survivor is in hospital. Now we have the demonstrations on Friday. This Friday, that is where we are going to demonstrate. As there was there, or the Njorincheke, we plan with them, because if we plan without them, they are going to rubber stamp or do away with it. They say that we cannot pass anything without having informed them. The religious, they help us when they do their sermons, the teachings in the church, and they also conduct the seminars for the youths, whereby they inform the facilitators who are well informed, and they come to train the youths, and they help in that place. Though some of them, they come from cults. There are some who encourage even the act to continue, the cult to continue, but saying that they pretend that they are against it, but they continue doing it even in their churches. A few churches we have identified those who preach against, but they say they are against the FGM, but they do it in their own churches. About the community or the women, they don't like it. The number of women who don't like are the highlight, or those who have gone to school. Either, I'm saying those who have gone to school have understood at least, but in the other hand, when there are ceremonies, there are girls or women who have been married who are not cut. But if you are married and you are not cut, like the guys who have been arrested, you know they were practicing mass male circumcision. During the mass male circumcisions, there is a danger, and it's during the holidays when our children are enjoying their holiday, and there are some even who are forced to do male mass circumcision, and the parents cannot do anything. But when we go to Wazee, because the Wazees, the Njorincheke, are very powerful. They are the ones who are the custodian of the traditions and the culture. But if they can deny it or they are against it, it cannot be done because of the caste they practice. But when they come in the field or the meeting like these ones, they will even they do a declaration like the one we did last year. We did with the anti-FGM board, that they are going to cast those who cut our girls. But still, the cut is continuing because like last month, we had a case of girls who are cut. There are more than 30, but we could not trace them. We only got 2. When we talk with those 2, because I tried personally to counsel those 2 and give them psychosocial support, but they told me that there were so many, they were undone, and they have decided now to do it during the night. At noon, at 12 midnight, they do cut. And when I talked to the circumciser, the perpetrator now, she told me, how can these girls know me during the night or at night, at midnight? How can they recognize my face? And that lady, the circumciser or the perpetrator, she's the one who circumcised a girl who was called Jelida, the one who died. And at that time, we consulted the men, the Njorincheke. They made a declaration. They said that nobody will be cut again, but the cut still continues. Even now, it has become even worse because it is done at night. So even if you get the girls who are cut, you can't know. They are cut in the morning, they come out of the house, they sit down with others, they will do housework. Then you wonder, this girl is circumcised. And for me as a champion, it's better the cut which was being done before during our mother's time, because when you were cut by that time, you could not do anything. You were put in the house, you stay in the bed while your legs are apart. But for now, the girls, they sit like I'm sitting.
Thank you.
You can't know whether she's circumcised. And afterwards, that girl suffers because the meat will come together, the flesh. Then after that, it will be cut again when she goes to the hospital, and so that to prepare that girl to be a woman. But for now, I wonder why it is being done. We have the Njuri Cheke, we have all the declarations that has been done, and we ask if we can be supported, because our place, Meru, let me say this, in Meru where I come from, there are no donors, there are no organizations like these ones I can see here to support us. We only have an FGM board which comes from Nairobi. They don't have even an office in Meru County. So we wonder what we can do, because they think that Meru is better, whereas we are not better. If you go to our courts or you ask me, I'll tell you that Meru is not better.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think you learned on elevator pitch somewhere. And you're using it so well, because you've really decided to put the donor world on space right now, that she needs funding, and she's used her minutes so well to ensure this is done. Big points from what you have said. We all assume that religious leaders are against FGM. Interesting factor from Sophia, that it's not all churches that speak against FGM. So as we put interventions, can we put in place to ensure which church are we approaching and what are we doing about it in terms of religious leaders? And I wish the religious leader was here. It would have been an interesting conversation to hear from that. Then I've had a peek from your conversation. Njuri Ncheke are even organizing to support a walk. Gen Z, next time please let's think about, we will give you another group of people who can really help, because if they have say, it means they have power. So allow me go to Sophia. Sophia, we also appreciate you being a community champion. And I always say that I give flowers to great women who create impact and are ready to speak up. Because very few women at the community level where I am, I have been there, will really want to speak up against vices, especially when it comes to harmful cultural practices against children, considering that it has the power lens in it. The children are powerless, and sometimes women are powerless, but we need to speak up. So on your end, in the informal settlements where you are, what practical steps have helped communities hold leaders or institutions accountable when harmful beliefs or practices put children at risk, and how can this be strengthened? So we are going back to where you live and appreciating what happens in the informal settlement. Karibu.
First of all, I've forgotten to tell you where I'm coming from. I'm coming from Nairobi County. I'm working with the organization called SHOPCO. So community leaders playing a major role in the community. Sometimes tunaitwa watiaji kwa community. Ukiangalia my true caller, nikikupigia simu itakuja Sophie defilement, because I'm mostly working on those cases of defilement in the community. Imefanya hata nimekosana na most of police officers, because in Nairobi County we have many cases of defilement, gang rape. Right now we have many cases of this. Another case that is going on in Nairobi County called sex trade. In Tendeka between 12 to 22 years, ndio the donor sponsor, but wale wenye wanatumika sana ni grade 9, 6 na grade 8 na grade 7. So that's the major problem that I have in the community, and we normally work together with organizations. We work with DCOs, children's office. We work together with chiefs, assistant chiefs, and religion leaders. Also, we are working together with. And there's another abuse of child marriage, early child marriage. That's a big, that's another challenge in the community. Beatings. Unaweza pata mtu anachapa mtoto juu mtoto amekojoa. Last month we had a case of a 1-year-old baby girl ambaye alikuwa anachapwa na ndugu yake juu anakojoa.
So such cases iko many, but the thing that I came to realize is about depression. Depression pia inachangia. Another thing is early alcohol pia iko. Right now we are in a season of December, and kuna madam moja pale juzi pale kwa kona alisema we should not pretend. Ukienda kwa clubs town sahi utapata minors, girls of 16 years, 17 years wako pale kwa clubs, and these clubs their owners are government officials, and these children are there. We should not pretend. So if we work on that, we have a challenge to, even in a police station, ukienda polisi anakuambia huyo alijipeleka. If you have the case of defilement, alilala nje akadefailewa, unaambiwa huyu alijipeleka. So far what we have been doing is to meet community through barazas. If we inform the chief's office, we work on barazas ili to inform the community.
Thank you so much. And I think I picked very key highlights, especially looking at the urban settlement and matters of child marriage. Those are very important things that we need to look into. And then child labor. And for the people who visit the places those times, I don't want to call them churches or mosques because we don't want to misuse that name. The people who visit those places, sometimes I ask myself, when you see a younger girl at a younger age, I believe that's what we really classify as child labor. I hope we really have a stronger conversation on this so that we support the people who are working closely with children. I think I will not labor much. You've brought up mental health issues. So we need to see how to link what children undergo when it comes to harmful cultural practices and their mental health. And even speak up loudly because we build a time bomb unknowingly. So thank you so much for bringing up mental health issues, which are very critical. As I pass the mic to Eunice, and I know Eunice, you are going to bring us now another angle of looking at the community, looking at the global, looking at different countries or different interventions or different levels, how they do it. Would like to hear from you, from your own experience. I know you've worked across different counties in matters of harmful cultural practices against children, but we want to hear from you which behavior change or social norms approaches have shown the strongest results in reducing this harmful cultural practice.
Okay, just like the youth panel pointed out, some of the interventions that I'm going to mention are not new interventions, but I'm mentioning them just like you've rightfully put, as interventions that have been seen to work, and that much as we have been coming up with interventions against harmful cultural practices since time immemorial. The progress is slow, but we are making some steps. These are interventions that have been actually evidently, even through research, have been seen to work. This has been said over and over again, bringing everyone on the table. That one cannot be overemphasized. I mean, we can't say enough of this. Not acting as experts, but ensuring that even just like we say nothing for children without children, we will say nothing for the community without the community. And so when we talk about bringing everybody together, we are talking about having the different segments of the community having their own conversations. When we're talking about youth, let's have youth groups coming together. When we talk about children, let's have children coming together and talking about their issues. Let's have opinion leaders in the community coming together. And let's also organize for collective kind of conversations where everybody comes to the table and we talk about what the problem is, what are the solutions that they feel are going to work. It's high time we stopped calling it fighting against FGM. Because when we talk about fight, we are talking about an aggressor and a person who is defending themselves. So if we put it in a fight kind of thing, we are talking about you're fighting, you're aggressing against something, and someone is defending themselves. Let's come together. Let's discuss, not in a combative way. So I'm emphasizing the aspect of collaboration. Again, one intervention that surely works is, well, we're talking about alternative rites of passage. I will put it like this. Alternative livelihoods. We know poverty is a key driver. Quite a number of FGM, for example, happens. The child yesterday said, wanauza watoto ndio wapate chakula. You know, and it happens. We know that the peak seasons for FGM, child marriage and all that is during drought seasons. So if I have, through experience, seen that families that have alternative livelihoods have better results in terms of stopping FGM and child marriage. I would also talk about enabling access to education. My sister next to me talked about education. Education enlightens. Education puts people in a better space to understand what you are saying when you're talking about, you know, issues against FGM, child marriage, and other harmful cultural practices. It's easier to talk to a person who has accessed education. It's easier for a family that has sent their children to school to be able to understand and to even collaborate with you in stamping out these harmful practices. We are also emphasizing the aspects of working with men. We must congratulate our colleagues who have had that angle of discussions around FGM, child marriage, and even other harmful practices. We know men are the heads of the households. Their word is taken seriously, and it stands. Once you have bought the heart of the man, once you have bought the thinking of the man around the vices of FGM, child marriage, and other harmful practices, then you can as well say that home is in a better place to stop that. Another intervention that has worked is engaging the clergy. I'm very disappointed that clergy has not been able to make it to this podium, and I must say that's a weak link. One thing that why I say clergy and what I have observed through experience, clergy are very effective is because they attract the masses in the community. On Sunday, almost everybody goes to church. Even the circumcisers, everybody goes to church. So, not taking advantage of such a platform to to talk about using the Bible, because I have studied the Bible, I am familiar with the Bible, and I can't find a place in the Bible that is pro FGM. I can't see a place in the Bible that is pro child marriage. So if I was a clergy, it would be very easy for me to speak against FGM and child marriage, quoting scripture. So the clergy have failed us, I must say, because they have left the task on convincing the community against the harms of FGM to others, yet they attract a lot of populations in the community, and they are able to be very effective in terms of being in the front line. The other thing is about working with social media. We have seen it to really work. Social media, both grassroots media, where they talk in vernacular and they're able to articulate issues to the communities on the harms against harmful practices, be it technology-driven, be it FGM, be it whatever harmful practices. It is a powerful tool to create awareness for messaging, and even having celebrities being interviewed in those grassroots and other social media. I am very happy about what Claraf is doing, for example, because they are working with bloggers, they are working with content creators in the online space, so that they can create content that speaks to the populations against harmful practices. Then we are also talking about working with youth. I'm so happy for the conveners of this forum in highlighting the importance of working with youth and working with children. That is very important. And again, in terms of rescue and response, we applaud the Directorate of Children's Services for actually, when we were working on the Children Act, it was so commendable to see that the Children Act provides for a rescue facility in every county.
Wow.
That is a big plus for the Children Act to do that. Why? Because sometimes, much as we are gearing to, we are leaning towards alternative family care, it is inevitable that there is need for rescue in emergency setting for temporary placing facilities to rescue. So the Children Act provides for rescue. One thing I would underscore there, much as the Children Act is providing, would also put a challenge to the government of Kenya to put a budget. The county government is the one that the Children Act has entrusted with that mandate. The government of Kenya should put a budget allocation for the establishment of rescue facilities in every county, and priority should be given to the hotspots where harmful practices happen.
Okay. Thank you so much. Interesting conversation. I think I've picked one great thing and summarized co-creation. And I'll leave a question for all of us. There's this conversation of co-creation, and I always ask people, when you go to a community, you want to do a community intervention. You take 2 children, bring them in a hall like this, come up with intervention. Is that really co-creation? I think we need to think about it. Should we co-create with the community, with them on the ground, or we get 2 people to tick the box in terms of co-creation? That has come out clearly. Then the alternative right of livelihood. Food for thought. I think I'll not unpack on that, but it's been very interesting listening to us. I think it's also good to see what will be our parking shot from this. What would you want the team to take home on matters of the conversation? And as we do that, if there's any question, we'll gladly receive the written questions as we finalize. So from our panelists, as we end, maybe each one of us will give us only one focus action plan that we feel would work great in the impacting reduction of harmful cultural practice. Just one. Ile wanasema, if you are in the elevator with the president and you want to tell him, you want him to support something, so please make your pitch. And this pitch might be going to a donor somewhere and might pick it up. So please, we can pass the mic and hear from us. We can start with you, Sophia.
What the team will take home is raising alarm anytime that we got any report of these harmful practices.
Okay. Is that Piganduru in Kiswahili?
No. Not
we raise alarm.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we need to raise alarm when it comes to harmful cultural practices. Yes?
I think each one of us is an actor in trying to prevent these harmful cultural practices. And if each one of us does his or her role and take it seriously, I think we will have a very easy progress in this war. Especially, we are talking of religious leaders. I come from a community where, of course, we have had challenges in trying to address the issues of harmful cultural practices using religion or the religious leaders. Why? Because, of course, they are fragmented. They are also like politicians. They are looking for followers. And you always touch on the subject, which, of course, will attract more customers rather than putting them away. At the same time, the issue of education. We have so many religious leaders who have not gone to any school, but they can be able to preach very well and move the crowd. And even having a discussion with them, sometimes it becomes problematic, and they cannot support you in some of these things. Sometimes even we have had issues where FGM is being practiced or done, even in churches. The preachers call the girls, and you arrest. We have done some arrest in a church, and you now wonder, where are we heading to? Okay. At the same time, we have had churches which we call mainstream churches, who have, of course, most of the leaders or the religious leaders in those mainstream churches do not come within the community. But now we have churches who, their leaders, their preachers are within that community. They cannot offer any change so much. We need to have leaders or religious leaders coming from other communities, like the work we are doing. Yes, we are seen as enemies, but it's because we have come from an environment where we understand what it means to have an FGM-free community.
Thank you. So I have to put a disclaimer. We had put this as a safe space for all of us. In Kiswahili, we say fungua roho, so they were opening their hearts. So if you feel there is something there that we apologize in advance, but we were very safe in a safe space. Thank you for bringing it out, because it's now the second person bringing up, as much as we're talking about religious leaders, but now we need to be clear on how to engage them and then how to bring out this message, as they are part of the community and some of them appreciate their cultures, and we need to see that in action. Thank you so much. Yes?
Thank you. Again, I'm Jennifer, a champion from Meru. I work with the SOFCO, of whom I've helped us because not many organizations are there. What I can say about what we are going to take away, I think us who are here, we are advocates. Now we have become advocates of FGM wherever we can go, so that we can be able to eradicate these menace of FGM, and not only FGM, even early marriages and the other vices. I would say that if we have ARPs in our communities, because we have children, like during the holidays, they are idle, they are just like that. That's why they go to circumcise. When boys are getting circumcision, because for men it's compulsory, we can also be taking our girls for seclusion, for training, so that they can be trained as women, as girls who have matured, who are going to secondary schools, who are going to do further in their education. Then we can't do it outside, because like the girls who have not gone through ARP and they are not circumcised, even if you do what, they will get circumcised when they are even wives of the people, and those are the ones who are making our children to complain and like to go for the cut. Because like in my community, the women who are not circumcised, when they are challenged by these boys who have never gone to school, they go back and tell their in-laws and their mothers, I want to be circumcised so that I can fit in the community. But if that girl had gone through education, through ARP, she could not say that. The other one is to partner with the other institutions. Like, for example, if they are the men or that during check, we partner with them, we partner with the schools so that we can train our girls in schools so that they won't go for that card. We also partner with the churches, because that is what we are doing in our community since the SOFCO came, and that's what we were doing even with the crew when it was in Meru, and we tried a lot until it went down, but now it has gone up again. That's why we have to try hard and do away with it. Also, I would urge you to be engaging men. Yes, the last one. Okay. To engage men and boys for this, because those are the ones who are going to take away our girls to stay with them for life. When we engage them and teach them the effects of FGM, I think they are not going to encourage our girls to be cut, or even to do what has been done in our community, the gang rape which was done by the boys who are taking men to circumcise last week.
Oh.
Yes,
Thank you. So sorry for that, for Meru County and whatever happened. And I loved your last bang, engaging boys and men. Very critical, that we can never run away from it. Somebody once asked me, my friend was around 45 years old, and when somebody asked him, why are you into marrying? He said it's too early. Another girlfriend of mine was around 35 years. She said it's too early to get married. Okay, I'm trying to bring up the conversation of if we adopt, having a child is just a child, so child marriage becomes child marriage, and look at it not being early, but just being a child. But below 18, it's just a child who was married. And we stamp our feet, even in our counties, just to ensure when it's a child and cannot be married early or late, but that is a child and we need to say no against it. I love what you've talked about, alternative rite of passage. Still coming up, the conversation we go with is how do you do it? Our last speaker, panelist.
Okay, for me, I just want mention one in the interest of time. For me, I just want to underscore the importance of data. Because we know our very able doctor, Dr. Olumbe, mentioned that if it is not documented, it is not done. So whatever we are doing in terms of interventions, whatever we are doing, I mean, whatever needs to be documented in terms of prevalence and everything, once it is done and it's not documented, we are not going to know the trends. My opinion would be, let's not wait for the periodic surveys. Like, for example, the Disrupting Harm report was done back, I think, in 2020 or something. We are close to 2026, and if we use the data on online child protection that was done through the Disrupting Harm report, our interventions today will be misguided because that research was done a long time ago. KDHS is periodic. The VAC survey, I think, is done every 10 years. So what I want to underscore, and which I think is most effective, is for us to make CPIMS more robust. Because CPIMS gives us real-time data. If you want to know how many reports have been sent to have been reported in Kuria sub-county on any child protection issue, not just harmful practices, but any child protection issue. CPIMS, if it is made more robust, is going to provide real-time data, like everyday data. And it will be easier to compile these periodic surveys using a data capturing mechanism like CPIMS. So my appeal is to the government to be able to make CPIMS more robust so that it can provide the very needed data on matters harmful practices. Thank you
so much. So all of us should be advocates of CPIMS, and I think I'll start reporting. I'll get my link person. We have two questions from the team. One of them is, what is standpoint of false doctrines, preaching, or cultic preaching, e.g., they say no to education, medicines of late by the Kilifi, with facility of children to death. I think anybody from the children can respond. Then the next one goes to Mr. Carrera. Mr. Carrera has been has had a firm stand against child marriage and FGM. We have been able to mediate for and reintegrate girls back to very hostile families. Thanks to his support, chiefs in Kajiado West have learned to respect him. This is again, wow. If there was an award to be given today, you should have given Mr. Carrera. Because if your name is mentioned in spaces you didn't expect, that shows your impact is so great. So you can have a reaction to matters of false doctrines and whatever is happening in the cultic preaching. Just one. Then please put it in relation to harmful cultural practices. Just a minute.
Thank you. I think false doctrines sometimes, as I have said, it is like it emanates from a lot of ignorance and people trying to alienate themselves or coming up with strategies which will make them look more popular or to some extent more special than all the other leaders. And it has affected so many children, especially you go to places where they are not taken to hospital, they are not being schooled, taken to schools, and people would start with, especially reading from scripts and even books, that this is the right thing to do. And everything in this world has some justification. Even if you want to kill me, you'll have justification and you'll be able to propagate it. And everybody will understand why you want to kill me. So everything that happens in this world, and we have to separate ourselves. Sometimes you find yourself, even within those communities, like now we are struggling with culture. And culture, sometimes now we are talking of commissioned acts, like FGM, early marriage or child marriage, child labor, those are commissioned. But now there is also passive omission. Like now we are having children who are getting pregnant, and the community is not doing anything about it. They are just quiet, and we have, actually, I feel it's like more than even FGM. The children who are getting pregnant right now within Kajiado is more than the children who are undergoing FGM. And you go to the community, they don't have the solution. We try now to tell them what we do in our community. And they say, no, our culture does not allow us to face a boy who has impregnated a girl. The pregnancy should be kept silent until it becomes a child. That's when you can talk about it. So you just keep quiet, and even now trying to tell the community, even this girl need to tell you who impregnated her. They say, no, we cannot ask. That's a taboo, a taboo question. And now you ask yourself, is this now commissioning or omissioning? They are just passive, and you feel like we need now to take a lot of effort to make them understand that whatever you are doing and whatever you are not doing also to some extent bringing us a lot of problems.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please let's give a round of applause for our panelists. As we end, I think there's something we need to echo. There is need to stop normalizing violence against children, because we've just normalized so much. Working in the health sector frustrates to see young girls coming to the health facilities and they're pregnant, and the community feels it's just normal to be pregnant. They are just, they are women, they are not even children. Let's change the shift. And as I hand over this mic, there's one thing that really breaks my heart. We talked about technology-facilitated violence. How many of us rescue young girls from harmful cultural practices, and the first thing you do is take a photo and you'll be sharing on social media? So the question I'll leave with you is one. If you post my photo because I was married early, tomorrow if I reach the age of marriage, who will take care of the psychosocial harm that you'll have put for me all over social media? So let's protect our children. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate her. Mvua, 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 mvua. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to that panelist for addressing very tough issues, religion. I even had cult. Yeah, that was a hard one, and very, very experienced people on the ground that are actually sharing real-time information. So we really appreciate them. Camera person, as they get their photo done. We are coming to the end of the day. Are you excited still? Are you learning something? We want to end it with Mr. Abdi, who has one solution that he wants to share with you. Mr. Abdi, kindly be setting up. It's ready. Yeah, just go to the dais so that we just have the usual 7 minutes of solution-based issues, and then we can now break for the day and resume tomorrow. So if you look at the program as Mr. Abdi is going to the dais, we have 5 more sessions remaining. I hope tomorrow you get here as early as 8:30 so that we begin with the first panelist. Is it too early? 8:30? What time did you get here? So we need to add more 30 minutes because you came late, yeah? Yeah? No. All right, Mr. Abdi, take us to a solution. And in case you had questions or you have questions, we changed the questioning modality. We are writing now because we realized when we give you the microphone, you're taking quite a bit. So if you have a question, kindly share a written one. Then tomorrow morning, we have Magdalene with a solution, and then a documentary that you do not want to miss. Then the panelists that were there on the solution-based will be awarded in the morning session. Karibu, Mr. Abdi. Let's welcome him. One clap, kamoja. Thank you.
Good evening. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. My name is Abdi Godana Wario. I work for MWADO. MWADO is Marsabit Women Advocacy and Development Organization. This is a women-led organization led by Mwalimu, a teacher, by professional. She's a Mwalimu. She's currently attending a cultural event in Loyangalani. That is Lake Turkana Cultural Festival, because the culture itself is a good thing, but also it's something that is disturbing us in this house. Not so. Hello? Okay. The definition of the problem that we had. As you see from the figures, Marsabit County remains a widespread harmful cultural product because affecting approximately 83%. According to the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey 2022, FGM itself stands at 83%. But at the national level, it is at 15 or 14.89%. So as the figure speaks, Marsabit is one of the areas that is practicing harmful cultural practices. And also the teenage pregnancy. Since morning, I think several speakers have said that the teen pregnancy, the FGM is the one. If a girl is not cut, you know, she will go and grab a boy or a man. So check our figure. It stands at 29% at the county level, Marsabit County. So at the national level, 15%. So meaning even girls who are undergoing FGM, they are getting pregnancy. So because of all those kind of problems, deep-rooted cultural beliefs associate FGM with the womanhood, purity, just to purify mothers and girls, and marriageability. You know, someone can get married because if he or she goes through the FGM. And you see, Marsabit has a lot of problem in terms of, vastness, geographical, rough terrain road, limited access to the services. You can see for someone to access, government service or get a help, either a dispensary or a hospital, someone can travel a whole day. I think you can check the map of Marsabit. The vastness between the areas that the county operates. Additionally, level of awareness and weak coordination between the community informants, those are the first line respondents or the champions, and the community duty bearers, hinder reporting and case follow-up tends to, being a challenge. The contextual realities highlights the urgent need for community and the digital solutions that reach protection of children in remote areas of Marsabit County. What approach did we use? Mambo ni matatu, and we used the three approaches. One, community awareness and digital advocacy. We collaborated with the content creators. As Madam Eunice Kilundo has said, we have already started implementing this. We use our local content creators, the bloggers, e.g. Sophie Chronicles. I think you can check from your YouTube, Gafa Soso. These are the people we engage through our social media, and also we work with them as we create awareness for girls, adolescents, girls. Because the digital platform promotes the digital literacy among adolescent girls to empower them, use an online platform for awareness and protection. Number two, community health promoters. I think the team from Migori spoke about detail about the community health promoters, but I want to say they have an app which they call it Itches App. So this is where so many cases are being reported, because in the Itches App, this is where gender-based or child protection concerns is being reported. So that is where I think we need to, we are doing a lot more, because we have brought these CHPs, community health promoters, because these are the first line respondents. First line responders in terms of child protection and gender-based violence. They have household data that, gives which household is abusing children in that perspective. In terms of FGM, child marriage, teenage pregnancy, or other harmful cultural practices or other child protection concerns. We also have, number 3, we have school-based mentorship program. This is where there's already existing club, like health clubs in school. So now what we are doing, we are integrating the anti-FGM in that aspect. Building, giving children life skill training, bodily autonomy, self-esteem, leadership, children's rights, for all children to know their rights, both boys and girls. So we have, this is the model that we are using. Stakeholders that we involve, of course, Children's Services, Department of Health, because at times cases of health are being, children who are going under FGM or child marriage or teen pregnancy is being reported to the health authorities that I've said, community health promoters, they have those issues, but there's one-on-one engagement with the health department, Ministry of Education in terms of, taking children to school and so forth. At the community level, we call them, these are the first line respondents, parents, because you see, parents, we are failing on our responsibility. I think most of us here, we are parents. And most of us, we are failing on our role as a father or a mother or a caregiver. So enhancing the parenting, positive parenting, I think we need to articulate this. Elders, reform practitioners, teachers, community health promoters, interfaith, community resource persons, these are the first line responders that I've said. These people, these are the stakeholders to be involved in terms of training, the Council of Elders, all the country. The digital influencers, the youth advocates contribute by spreading creative, culturally sensitive, those are the content creators. Another CSOs that we partner with in terms of those who are like-minded. Impact, the increased public declarations. I think in 2024, there were declarations that has been made. I think you can check on your YouTube. Gabra community declared that they are ending child marriage, but still FGM for Gabra community is still going on. But I don't want to blame the community. They are so much deep-rooted into those cultural aspects. But other communities like Borana, Burji, other big communities who are living around Marsabit, they have started, denouncing the FGM. Improve documentation and referral of gender-based violence and FGM cases through digital platforms, each is to be enhanced in reporting. And also the other app that Children's Services are using. So I think we need to integrate. Empowered youth, we have created over 30 school clubs, reaching hundreds of students with anti-FGM messages. Digital advocacy reach, online campaigns by local influencers that I've said. We normally target them during this school holiday time, long holidays like this one. We have developed our own, Moado has developed its own feedback and reporting toll-free number, that is 0800 722 390. What have we learned? The integration of community-led initiative, that is the community CBCM that I call, community-based child protection mechanism. Along with the government, we need to have it sustainable and we need to own it. Digital platforms that like ICHIS, toll-free numbers are critical in enabling us to report data and to get accurate data. Digital advocacy has proven effective in reaching a younger audience. I've already said that. School-based mentorship continues to be the foundation for the early prevention, school-based mentorship. Because in school, you can meet children who have gone through FGM and others who have not gone through FGM. So the peer influence needs to end because we need to strengthen more mentorship and equipping this young generation with life skill and confidence to challenge the harmful practices. Recommendation for policy and practice. MWADO recommends institutionalization, that's English, of school-based mentorship and anti-FGM clubs within the county education framework at the county level. Also strengthen collaboration between the county government, civil society organization, digital media influencers. We need to strengthen that. Expanding the digital reporting system for GBV and FGM across sub-counties, increase investment, economic empowerment initiative for women and ex-circumcised or ex-practitioners. Opportunities. We need to scale up this issue of app, scaling up the digital literacy program for wider coverage, partnership with more influencers to sustain youth, targeting campaigns and engaging ending FGM and other harmful cultural, and bending also the anti-FGM intervention into the county development and education sector plans. Thank you. I hope there will be no question for me.
All right. Straight and on time. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdi, for being a good Kenyan. Let's appreciate him. Kamoja. Ay, Kamoja. Ninja. Kamoja. Kengine. Thank you so much, sir. Any questions? Suggestions? Opinions? Not too long. Kindly.
Thank you, Abdi. I know we are in the same area, but you understand what is really happening, especially those areas of Isiolo, Kipsing, blah, blah, Odonyiro, about the Rorora thing. What is happening with boys' circumcision, and then inside there are girls who are being cut. I don't know how you are addressing that because it's a menace right now. Could you?
I think what we are doing under UNICEF, because we are partnering with UNICEF and also Girls Not Brides, we are doing a community behavioral change that is creating more awareness in terms of harmful cultural practices. I think we have been partnering with the four, including Marsabit, the 4 counties, Laikipia, Samburu, Isiolo, and Marsabit. We are partnering in terms of, bringing and sharing experiences of what other counties, because they are our cross-border, what they are experiencing. And also strengthening the capacity and building coalition and movement building efforts to ensure the community engage in FGM abandonment, and also community gatekeepers have the increased awareness and in-depth effects of FGM. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Thank you so much. Final one.
Thank you, sir. I've heard about declarations. Now I would like to know those declarations you have made in Isiolo, because you borders, you are border in Meru and Isiolo, we are border at the border, and some of the Meru people are in Isiolo. So I'm asking, because I interacted with Isiolo women, I was asking them what they do about FGM. But they told me, there are even some men who tell them, before I come back in the evening, I meet the whatever has been done, and I've gone. Men, they go, in the evening they come, when the girls have been circumcised. Now I'm asking, what kind of declarations? Do they follow what they say, or you do a declaration as men, or both the men and the women? Thank you.
Okay, I think for the declaration, there's a lot of, not following the declaration statement that is being made by the community, like Borana community who are living in southern Ethiopia, up to stretching Marsabit, Isiolo, Tana River, and other parts of the country. This community, they have kingpin. I think you can even check the YouTube. They call it a Bagada declaration, Gumigayo declaration. So they have declared that whoever does FGM is going to be fined 1 cow. And 1 cow is costing around 80 to 100,000. And whoever, a boy or an adult man who defiles a girl is considered an outcast. I think those declaration it has been made in southern Ethiopia, in the part of Ethiopia, but other part of Kenya has not really embraced. But declaration for ending child marriage in Kalacha, that is in Marsabit County, in North Sub-County, they have said that they are ending FGM. No, not FGM, child marriage. For FGM, still they have not embraced. We have to do a lot of advocacy and awareness, and it's still, I hope other CSOs are camping there, like Pasida, FH, and also Mwado is doing advocacy in that part, because we participated in Kalacha Declaration. I think you can check in the YouTube for further information.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdi. We shall give you the State Department's package tomorrow, together with all the other panelists that were here earlier on. So I would like to end my session there for today. We meet tomorrow with the documentary and Miss Magdalene solution. Kindly check whether there's a phone next to you that is not yours. I may have misplaced mine. My name is June, and I wish you a safe journey, but I want to welcome Miss Esther for one final word. Karibu sana.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's appreciate June. She has done a fantastic job. We also need to appreciate Chacha also did a fantastic job. We are doing well because we only have we've only taken like 2 things to tomorrow. So I think tomorrow, if we're able to come early, we can be, that is Kikuyu, eh? Is it early, eh? So if we come early, that means if we are here by 8:30, we can strictly start at 8:30, and we are hopeful that we can finish tomorrow, hopefully by 3. And if possible, if we're able to move the program early, we can finish so that after lunch we don't come back. But it depends on how the program will be. But I want to appreciate everyone. Thank you for the great participation. And I see Mr. Mwambi is here. So I'll hand him the microphone to greet us, and also after that we can have a volunteer. Abdi, please, you'll pray for us. Then we end the day. Thank you.
I was inducted at the kiongozi ongea kutoka Mbeere, sijui mahali ilitoka. Salamu alaikum. Salamu alaikum. Najua baada ya Abdi kutoka hapa, Abdi, hata ungetambua Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, sio? Kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu ametujalia kutoka asubuhi tangu tufike hapa, tumefika kikomo cha siku ya leo. Kwa in my mother tongue, I'm saying for those who don't understand that mother tongue, that we are very grateful and thank God for taking care of us since morning, since we started up to where we have reached. I'm delighted to learn that today the carry-on is not like yesterday. Today it looked very scary, but I'm happy that you have done. We have done our best and you have reached where we have reached. Madam Master, I think I excused myself because of duty when it calls on yourself to want to present the PSL, so I was in another meeting. But I came here during lunchtime, so I've been listening quietly from where I've been sitting. That's why it's good sometimes you sneaking and see why our work is going on. Otherwise, I'm very grateful for the moderators of the day. I've come in, I've seen June moderating, that's very good. I'm told there was another one who did a wonderful job. That's why we have been able to remain very little work for tomorrow. You know, these are running convening every day. Can't we say that every day we are running something new? Is it true? The ladies from East Pokot, what you call it, Tiati. You know, there are Pokotis living in a different county. Isn't there? I think you saw what they sowed. And most of you hear it, and you are wondering what those old ladies were doing. Even though I was not here, because I have ever visited those areas, I know what is happening. Those harmful practices. But for us to succeed, I think in the next convening, Madam Esther, if I thought I would be in the service, we need to get the best practices. There are those guys who are practicing those harmful practices and they stopped. I always challenge anybody who cares to listen to me. There are guys who are my neighbors from where I come from. I cannot tell you where. Whatever they used to do, they stopped it. The whole nation of that region, I think 4 counties, I can see is smiling. They stopped it. Sendio? So what is happening? That all of these harmful practices are taking place, and we are speaking about them, we are preached about them. I had my colleague from Kajiado North, is it Kajiado West, saying, even now the church is being encouraged, they are doing it. The church leaders are encouraging it. And I don't think that anywhere in the Bible, I've read the Bible, I've not seen anywhere where FGM is mentioned. Who has seen it in our Bible? Abdi, is it there in the Quran? Where did we get this animal from? If it's not in the religious books, we inherit from our colonizers. And we are in the church, we are in the temples, we are in our mosques, day in, day out, but still it is persisting on. I think now, I don't know who we ask to pray for us, so that tuongoze na Roho Mtakatifu, tupunguze hizi dhuluma dhidi ya hizi tunasema mira potofu ambazo zinaathiri watoto wetu. Si ndio? I think there are harmful practices which needs to be done away with. But again, colleagues, as we are seated here, we have to start with me and you who are here. We are the ambassadors. Let's make sure when we live here, it does not end here. From where you came from, you are a disciple. Make sure you take the right message from where you came from, what we have learned here. A lot of experiences have been shared here. And tomorrow, I think being the last day, we need that we conclude in a better fashion. Madam Esther, the way you have put it, I think in the most conference of the sort, people take their lunch going away. So tomorrow morning, please, I request that we keep time. Today we tried our best. We almost started at 8:30. But tomorrow is the last day. Let us end well, so that tomorrow we leave a bit early. Those guys who came from the counties, they can see Nairobi. They only sit in Kenya by the constitution during daytime. They only sit in the constituency of Nairobi, so that at least they understand our city looks like. You can enjoy the expressway. Sindio? Judy unacheka. We have the super highways here, so that we make it more a better day. Otherwise, we are very grateful on behalf of our secretary, our principal secretary, our CS. We are very grateful for you. And I'm happy to see that at least the tent is almost full. I think that's a plus for us. Can we clap for ourselves? Because in some functions, you end up when we hurry up to close, because guys are walking out. This one I can see we are very attentive, and we thank God for that. And I think kwa hayo machache, naomba ndugu yangu Abdi akuja apige swara, so that tuende mahali tulipotoka ama mahali tunaporara salama salimini. Ndugu Abdi, please come. Aseme bismillahirrahmanirrahim, sio ndio tuende zetu. Abdi. Asante.
Okay, I will say it in Kiswahili for us all to understand, because it's a national language. Let's all upstanding for prayer, please. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kurehemu, mwenye kuneemesha neema ndogo ndogo na mwenye kuneemesha neema kubwa kubwa. tunakushukuru kwa siku ya leo. Utulinde tunapoenda kupumzika, tupe nguvu na hekima ya kulinda watoto wetu wa Kenya dhidi ya mila potovu. Amina ya Rabbil Alamin.
Kindly check if you can hear a phone ringing next to you. We are missing a phone.